And we're
Action's
live.
heating up.
Hello!
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Chromatic Chimera. We are No Initiative. I'm Sam, real quick. I'm just one of the admins here at the Chromatic Chimera. I've got a few announcements to get us kicked off. Real quick, I do just want to thank our sponsors for the Chromatic Chimera. We have some amazing sponsors. We have Tabletop Loot. Use code SHIELDMOM, all lowercase, over there for 15% off. We're also sponsored by Heartbeat Dice. You can use the code CHROMATIC, all in caps, for 10% off. And we're very happy to be members of the Roll20 Spotlight program, so thank you so much, Roll20, for supporting us. We also have the very exciting news today that celebrate our finale. We're going to do a giveaway at the end of the session. So we're going to be giving away two $10 gift certificates to our sponsor, Tabletop Loot. This is going to be happening at the end of the stream. So hang out, and we'll be putting like a live raffle that you'll be able to enter the code in later on. That's it for me, for the formal stuff.
Now, with that out of the way, which is very exciting, dice, people, dice, says the person rolling dice on Google. Hey, it doesn't matter.
It
just
does
moved.
matter, and it's a travesty.
It is. I have to admit, it might be, yeah. But
Do you
I'll
want
try
to
and
borrow
fix
one
it.
of my 20 sets of dice?
Isa, get out of here.
I have 9 in front of me. I need to get rid of one.
Oh no,
You
now
can
everyone's
give them
gonna
to me.
send dice.
We're just
Oh
gonna
no.
send you dice now. Ooh.
I have dice, I swear, I just don't want to go and grab them. Anyway,
Wow.
hi everyone, I'm glad you're here, and welcome to the season finale of Wildemount, Daring and Divine. We are No Initiative. This is our second season here on the Chromatic Chimera channel, and we're very excited to be continuing here for the next season as well. More information about that, you can just follow us on Twitter at No Initiative TV and find all the information there. Meanwhile, I think it's time we go around the table and for one last time in Wildemount, tell the wonderful folks at home who we are and who we're going to be playing for the last time. Let's start with who? Who wants to start? Let's see. Nat.
Hi, I'm Nat, at CrimeNat on Twitter. I'm gonna be playing Killian Aldora, the, college graduate who just wants to give his life to dance and somehow ended up maybe ending the world? I think. I didn't sign up for this.
No one.
And I'm uncomfortable. And somehow I blame my sister. Can we go on to her now?
I am also uncomfortable. Hello, I'm Megan. I'm Megan, then FTW on Twitter, and I am playing Emerson Aldora, the much more responsible, much more browbeaten older sister of one Killian Aldora, who just was trying to make her brother take responsibility for something and somehow ended up ending the world? It just, all you want is the love of your parents, or the one that's left, and then one thing led to another, and now we're here. So yeah, I guess I'll send it on over. I think it's this way. I always get it wrong. But
I don't think
nope,
so.
it's
I think it's the other
nope,
way.
it's this way. It's this way. I'm gonna send it this way over to Isa.
Hi, I'm Issa. You can find me at Evil Clever Dog on Twitter and Instagram, and I will be playing Echo Sentinel 001, who's just an innocent, warforged Echo Knight who just wanted to very innocently maybe steal someone's baby, and now she's been betrayed by 2 people and has to fight a giant fuck-off phoenix. So her life is going really well. And I guess I'll pass it on over to our traitor over here. I think it's that way.
Whoa.
The second person to betray Echo in one day.
Whoa.
We can just forget about the first one, right? Right? We're friends
I
again?
think we need to think about that
BFFs?
one more. Hello, I am Robert Allen, at Voices of Robert on Twitter. Today I will be playing the artist formerly known as Ravis Ken. Also known as...
That's it. Up until now, it's been like a
The
million
traitor.
names.
Yeah. No, listen. Hey, sometimes you just have to give up your life and light to Theris Dune. It's just what you
Like you
gotta do.
Incorrect.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But hey, another one of us has also given up some of themselves to Theris Dune, or at least an entity under his control within some kind of dagger, and I believe they're right there above me.
Okay, but let's not go pointing any fingers now. Hey everyone, I am Sam. I'm going to be playing Merriment, Mary, the Tiefling Arcane Trickster Rogue. I always mess up that name, I don't know why. I am, they are currently the proud, possessor of the Blade of Broken Mirrors. Which might have some ties to Theris Dune or something. I don't know. There's just this voice in the dagger that speaks to me. He seems very friendly. But the Dragon Master, it is your turn.
It is I, yes. It is I, Nunu, at JNunuTex Online, and I'm here to be your worst nightmare and your best friend simultaneously for one last time. And for that, let's dive into Wildemount proper. And for one last time again, here, some rhyming. A land scarred by conflicts past is now walking towards the same path. As nations, empires, and dynasties entangle themselves in twisted, treacherous, and tumultuous conflicts. Meanwhile, most folk are oblivious to the grand schemes that drive conflict as they lie behind the curtains of power and of secrets long forgotten. And other folk just happen to be tiny leaves picked up by the ever-morphing patterns the Changebringer decides to change and shape. And sometimes these stories, like the one we bring today, these people, faithful or treacherous, end up being the most important. So make sure to stick around one last time and watch as their destinies come to the end of a chapter, because we're about to begin Wildemount, Daring, and Divine. They threw us off there without rhyming because it was the last time.
You know what, Nunu? That was sublime. I really love it when I hear you rhyme.
Ah!
Yes!
You
Destiny's
ruined it!
entwined.
Get out of here.
You ruined it!
For one additional reason, now get out of here.
Now, let's hear how we got to the situation that we got yourselves in. Let's hear a little bit of a recap. Take it away.
So, things happened. And, in the last session, we all decided, having learned that the people got a fourth crystal that would free Deseret, and I haven't muted my phone. Hold on. I'll do that after. So we found out that they got a fourth crystal. Well, at least that's what we were told. And that they would be freeing Deseret soon. So we rushed out to a volcano, or, well, who knows, where we snuck in, found Lady Ves Dorogna in a room talking to a guy, snuck past her. Mary skillfully picked a lock, and we got inside that room. There was an orb, which we used the crystals to break open, at which point magma began rising up into the room, and we were all like, oh crap. But then there was like an elevator on the magma, so we kind of like accidentally ended up on that and started going down. Megan, our lovely Emerson, decided, hey, this is bad, so teleported to the door, and then changed into the form of her boss as Lady Vestarogna, rushed in, and then was like, hey, what are you doing here? Also, what the hell have you guys done? And then Megan teleported back onto the elevator. Magma opened, we went below it, and then it closed back above us, so Lady Vest could not get to us, at which point we hit the bottom, and Sabrina marched forward to this purple pool of magma with a chained up thing, a twilight entity in essence. At which point Ravis rushed up behind her, followed along, and then the two of them broke the chains together, freeing a phoenix, which was immediately, crushed under the weight of Tharizdun's mighty power as a laugh echoed out from Ravis. Betrayal. Betrayal. Where will this go?
And that is exactly where we finished last session, as the manic echoes of Ravis's laughter echo through this small, quite large cavern, heating up with the heat emanating from this lava that's slowly turning into a color of purple and blackened by the chains wrapping around it. Yes, Nat.
So for a moment, I was really relieved when you said it was small, because that means it can't have a boss fight there.
Yeah, and then I realized, wait, no, it is not that small. It is actually the opposite of small, which the word escaped me, called large. And as large, and as Ravis's manic laughter echoes throughout this cavern, you hear in the background, before you are able to act or anything, the small chant of the minute figure of Sabrina behind Ravis, just chanting, I am Sabrina Merryweather. I bring the oblivion. I am Sabrina Merryweather. You shall obey my command. I am Sabrina Merryweather. I bring the oblivion. I am Sabrina Merryweather. You shall obey my command. And as this happens, the magma continues to expand, forming around it as flames just lick the sides of and the walls of the cavern, forming a dome surrounding both Varys and Sabrina with the Phoenix inside, leaving you in a tiny sliver of cavern with a massive wall of purplish, darkish fire in front of you. What do you do?
Wait, so it's a wall of fire? Like
Yeah, so it's
between us and her?
A sphere of fire encompassing the majority of the cavern, except for like separating you effectively from Sabrina, Ravis, and the Phoenix.
Well, none of this is good.
Can anyone deactivate this?
We probably should have acted a little sooner, but I was in such shock and someone was monologuing.
Well, I don't like any of this, but I don't know what else to do. And Mary is just gonna start moving forward because, frankly, as a tiefling, they're not super concerned about walking through a wall of flames.
Very fair, yeah. Nat, so Killian concentrates, and after this happens and people have time to monologue, as you said, your spell kicks off if you want to.
All right, I'm going to step right up to the edge of this flaming wall, slap my hand on the floor, make my Arcana check by a mile, and invoke a sphere of force, blocking off part of the wall to try to make an opening we can travel through.
Nice. Okay, so what did you roll for your Arcana check? Because let's use.
Well, if you want the actual number.
I wanted to save time and not make you roll another kind of check, but clearly that was useless.
56.
30.
135. Gotcha.
30.
Yeah, so easily you study the firewall, right? And you see the purple flames. Your hut completely creates a gap within the purple flames, but the sheet of darkness that was there mixed with the flames is still crossing towards your barrier in half. So you feel like you stopped the flames, but there's still some kind of barrier there that you may want to try and trespass. But yes. And now with this, it's no longer opaque. You can see inside what's happening.
But what is happening? Illustrious Dragon Manager.
You see, as Sabrina is exactly in the same position, it appears to still be chanting and channeling some sort of blackened energy from the Phoenix and touching Ravis's shoulders. As you see something happening behind Ravis, as a mass of energy starts forming around his backside.
Killian's gonna turn back to Mary and M and Echo. My brain keeps trying to say Izza and be like, so. Are we gonna address this problem, or is this more of a run home kind of situation?
I don't know. You are the smart one, I thought.
That doesn't mean I make good decisions.
Well, that's absolutely true.
Okay, you don't
I
need to be so
don't-
hurtful.
Really know a way out of this that doesn't end in us dying?
I can get us out of here.
Stay?
I can get us
So
out of here.
maybe-
But whatever is happening
But
over
what
there,
But
I don't know if that'll affect us back in Rexingtrum.
Yeah, I mean, whatever is happening over there looks like it has wings, so I mean...
is there something in your magic-y, I pull this from another timeline thing? Can you just like pull a timeline where this isn't happening? Can you make this go away?
Well, you see, no one rolled any dice for it, so...
So as you're having this conversation, you see as the energy around Ravis's back starts to take some kind of shape, spreading throughout his arms and away from his shoulders.
We should strike now before whatever
I'm
this is
like-
complete.
I've got my dagger of mirrors out, and I'm just sort of pantomiming, like throwing it at them, just like, do I?
Don't
Okay.
they
Great.
probably want that? Maybe throw it like into the lava. Where
Why
it'll
would I
break.
do that? I don't I'm just
Because
gonna.
it's evil.
do you
What
have
is
that?
wrong with
Okay.
you people?
Killian would like to try to see if he can do something about this darkness-y thing inside the hut path to maybe get in there without whatever this evil thing is eviling on us.
Sure.
What could I roll now? Can I try to ascertain what it is?
I would say religion.
I can do that too. I think those are almost the same numbers.
Doesn't matter.
24.
24. Okay, so this is definitely not an arcane thing, right? This is definitely divine magic of some sorts. And I say divine in the loose term of divine, right?
Yeah. That area of magic as opposed to arcane.
Yes, exactly. But it seems to be whatever Sabrina is doing to the Phoenix. It seems like it is affecting and molding the fire around it with this necrotic force. And you have the notion that if you cross it, it might try and affect you. But it is magic still.
Thank you for the raid, reliable.
Yes, you are excellent.
Thank you.
I promise I won't betray you.
You can't trust that.
He might.
Illustrious Dragon Manager, might a spell along the lines of Dispel Magic help?
At what level are you casting it?
I'm just wondering if I think it will help.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what I meant when I said it's definitely magic.
Oh, okay, got it. Because like magic, but not a
You're right,
spell.
you're right,
Like
yes.
blah, blah, blah. Oh well, I get to roll an intelligence ability check to dispel it, and guess what? My things help with that, so I'm just gonna do third and try to roll for it.
Okay. So just to keep track of what things transpire inside the dome, let's just all roll your initiative rolls. See, let's start with wherever Nat lands.
Okay.
Because as you're thinking of what doing and analyzing this dome,
26
right? 26, yeah.
initiative. Initiative's the other thing I'm really good at.
Oh
Damn.
God.
What are you not
Must
good
be
at?
nice.
Strength, constitution, wisdom, charisma.
Yeah,
Everything else.
Dex is
this
okay.
what you're good at.
All right. So between 20 and 26, anyone else?
For initiatives,
Yes.
18.
9.
3.
Ooh, robot
To that
wife.
one. Hey, hopefully that gets out of the system. So
Nice.
that dice
Ravis?
is going over here.
Ravis, the BBEG, rolled a 7.
Okay. So 9. 7,
Megan,
3.
did I ever get around to Gift of Alacritying last session? I wanted to. I don't think I actually ended up finding an opening for it. Okay, cool.
No, you made me go stand in the bathroom for 10 minutes while you talked to Echo.
that was
Remember
better.
that?
That was
Remember
good.
that?
It's fun.
Yeah, it was great. Great for Echo.
Yeah, great
You
for
know-
Echo, great for Emerson. Like, it just worked out really well overall for everyone involved.
You know, a confirmed
Except
traitor was
Killian.
all alone with another confirmed traitor and a robot for a while. Who knows what happened?
Who knows? Maybe you're all traitors. That's what I was saying earlier.
Wait, but you're saying I'm a confirmed traitor?
Yes, you are a
I
confirmed
mean,
traitor.
I feel like we're twisting words here.
So,
yo, Nat doesn't even
Killian.
need this combat. We're just gonna kill each other right now.
Killian, you cast your spell and you manage to wipe away a large enough portion of this sheet of necrotic energy that your dome is now passable.
Oh, so you don't want me to roll?
Oh, sorry. Never mind. The 26 was initiative. Yeah, roll for it.
Yeah, that was initiative.
Yeah. I forgot.
Okay. 16 plus
Dun, dun,
not
dun.
proficiency, just intelligence. So
72.
21. That is enough to dispel an 11th level magic spell.
Well, unluckily for you, it's a 31st level. No, okay.
Hey, I've shot a 13th level magic missile at my party before. Like,
Oh no! No, yeah. As I said, so as you cast your spell, you can break away a large enough piece of this necrotic mantle that you feel like you have safe passage through the dome. Everywhere else around it, though, is still active. So
that's
there's that.
fine.
Although that brings us to initiative count 20. At this point, you see as Sabrina continues to focus, and the phoenix just writhes and in pain and shrieks as these chains continue to strangle their wings and try and bring her down, not allowing her to, not allowing them to just break free completely, which might be a good thing. Who knows? I don't know. But at the same time that happens, the phoenix just completely is trying to loosen herself from the grip, and you feel the purple flames on the wall surrounding you. And so did Killian step inside the dome, and everyone else did the same, right?
Well, I have to be in the dome, otherwise the dome disappears.
Oh, you have, yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So
So I'm definitely in the dome.
So Mary was definitely in the dome because you were chatting, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Echo and
Yeah,
Emerson.
yeah. If we're doming up, we're doming up.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so Killian starts strobing the lights and puts on some music.
So if I recall correctly, you can't affect things inside the dome, right?
Basically.
Yeah, so like effects.
I mean,
fire.
it's D&D, so like the wording is technical, so it depends on how particular you want to get. So like a certain reading, like Dragon Breath goes through it, but spells don't and arrows don't.
Oh,
Depends on your reading and how you want to interpret it.
gotcha. Well, if Dragon Breath goes through it, I assume Phoenix Flames also go through it.
Damn it, Nat.
Like I said,
Thanks,
depends on your reading.
Nat.
That's a reading,
Thanks,
not
Nat.
necessarily
Fair.
every reading.
You gave
I
me
think
the
it's-
idea.
I think it makes sense because it's
Try
not
it
a
again.
magical effect. Yeah, it's not necessarily a magical effect.
It's fantastical.
It's
not
fantastical.
magical.
Exactly. So you see, as the
Otherworldly.
flames that are composing this dome around you now, not the tiny huts, the big, fiery, dark dome, starts lashing in all directions, including inside the dome. And I need all of you that are inside to make me dexterity saving throws. Because fire, for some reason, is always the same.
This is gonna be what kills me. I'll tell you.
Natural
Ooh.
20.
Hey.
So,
Okay.
27.
Nice.
How many did she pass by? And can I take that extra and add it to my 10?
if you hold hands for the rest of the fight, maybe.
Hold my robot hand.
I'm pretty sure they
17?
Oh
Megan
no,
would do that.
I would really hate to hold hands with a robot. For
the
rest of
blade
the
hand,
fight.
the blade hand, Emerson.
That's fine.
I think Megan will
Don't
make
worry,
that
Gloves.
sacrifice.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know
So-
she would. We've had many conversations about it.
It's
If anyone rolls a 16 or lower,
yo,
I, at first, just for the record, rolled a nat 1, but I took fucking lucky last level up, so I'm just gonna do that, so I'm not
There you
starting this
go.
off half dead.
Nice.
Cool. But that means that whoever failed it, so 16 or lower, takes 29 points of fire damage.
Guess what? That's exactly how many hit points I had
Oh,
left.
no.
Okay.
No.
Ouch. Is it exactly? Are you kidding me?
I had exactly 29 hit points left.
I don't believe this.
I
Okay,
had
well, anyway.
I had
That's
23, and then
amazing.
when we
I
leveled
have-
up, I got 6 when I leveled up that added to the 23.
Oh,
I have
hate it.
other bad news, by the way. Our healer betrayed us.
It's true.
Yeah, this is
The
Potion.
the rest of you, except for
with my
Mary,
last
because
breath. It's just like, and we'd be like, Kelly, tell mom I said fuck you.
Hey, yeah, we gotta make it out of here.
I would like to
But yeah,
note if
anyway.
you use one of the potions that I gave you to bring her back up, it counts as I healed her. Just saying.
That's true. Yeah. But
I
Echo
don't
and
think I have any
Killian, you
potions.
take 14 points of fire damage, and Mary, you take nothing.
Okay. I'm assuming that because my echo isn't up, I cannot use Shadow Martyr.
Yeah, because it's not up.
Yeah,
Does it need
I
to be
thought
up? I
so.
think it does.
It
need
has to be
up.
up, and yeah.
Yeah.
I have
Sorry.
a singular potion, like just a regular 2d4+2 potion.
I'll get you.
We're doing great, kids.
I got a plan.
Oh boy, this is fine.
That does bring us to Mary's turn, though.
It's a short finale, everyone. So we'll see you in August.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, what is it? An action to feed somebody a potion? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Mary sort of like hops from like one foot to the other, like wanting to go fuck shit up, but instead I'll go and jam a potion into Emerson's mouth.
Roll me a dexterity check, just straight dexterity.
Straight dex. That's ooh, I didn't roll great, but it's still a 13.
Okay, yeah, so it takes your full action.
Okay. So I will heal up Emerson. What is that? 2d4.
Mhm.
It's gonna be 8 hit points total.
There you go.
And then I will use my movements to just start booking it towards I'm gonna go towards fucking Ravis.
Okay, so Ravis is currently about 90 feet away.
Okay, I will then use my bonus action to dash to get closer.
Perfect. Okay. So you would be 30 feet away from Ravis now, yeah?
Well, if I dashed, it'd be 60.
Yeah, so you're 90, so you did 30, 30.
Yeah, so 30 feet
Yeah,
away.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I was thinking I reversed it.
That's right, don't worry. Okay, fair enough. In that case, Emerson.
Hey.
You are awake.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me look at my spells. 'Cause I
Got a
still
shiny
have
new
all-
bottle on your chest.
Mary just gives you like a sort of like gentle smack on the cheek, like, okay, come on, time to get up, and then I dash off.
Perfect. I would like to. Let me see. All right. I am gonna need Ravis to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Okay. 29.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a level 6 paladin now, so my charisma gets added onto my whiz saves.
Oh no,
I'm
a level up only made him stronger.
because that was my thing. I'm like, well, like wisdom, like I mean, what? It's probably not super hot. Yeah, well, fuck me. And
I
that's
apologize.
it. I'm just gonna sit down and wait for death to claim me.
That's a fair strategy. Yeah, sure. That does bring us to Ravis, and you see as the energy that was coalescing around his back finally takes form into these giant fiery wings that spread about like 20-foot span.
Just turn around towards everyone as the wings spread out, holding my mace at my morning star at my side. Just look over everyone. The world needs change. And I will be its change bringer. You
Points
need
to Mary,
not
confusion.
die today.
There's
Mary's
one of
like,
those.
Mary's just giving you the dirtiest look now. It wasn't great before, but you know, now you're shitting on their god.
You need not die today. Only know. The new god of this world will be none of the paltry ones that you serve. And I will hold my action to only hit somebody that hits me. With my
I don't
Morningstar.
serve any god. I just have a Fey Daddy. How do you feel about Warlock Patron? I don't
Those are
actually
cool.
yell. Okay, cool.
Perfect.
Says the warlock.
You hold your action.
Yes.
He walks away.
Morningstar specifically, I will
Yeah.
smack somebody that hits me, so.
Okay. Prepare the whacking. That makes sense. In that case, Echo.
How far away are we from Ravis again? Sorry.
90 feet.
Okay. Echo's gonna.
120 from Sabrina if that helps anyone else.
Okay.
God dang it.
Echo's
didn't realize she was so far.
Yeah. I guess Echo's gonna dash. Use action to dash.
Mm-hmm.
And then bonus action manifest Echo. And I can then. Hang on, let me just double check that. Move. Yeah, no action required. I will then move my Echo the following 30 feet to near Ravis, but it cannot hit him yet. It's just going to wait there, kind of hovering and staring at him, and Echo giving him the same stare.
You see as both Mary and Echo stare you dead in the eye, Ravis, while Echo's Echo manifests right next to
Echo-y
you.
fashion.
In an echoey fashion. Oh my god, stop it! Gillian, save me! Oh, by the way, Sabrina continues to mutter the incantation.
Up to me?
Can we hear
Okay,
Sabrina?
so-
Sorry.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
We can?
Someone
Okay,
just
just
like
okay.
sew her mouth shut or like hit her
Same
on
thing
the
over
head
there.
a lot, or...
Illustrious Dragon Manager, does she seem to be casting a spell, or is it something more esoteric than that?
It is definitely more esoteric than that.
Okay, cool. Just thought I'd check.
Yeah. That's fair, yeah.
So I have a slight correction, by the way. My initiative is actually 27, not 26, really important.
In that case, instead of you, it's actually you. So go ahead.
I'm going to look at M and go, this thing's about to disappear. Stay safe. Pointing to the dome. And then he's going to run forward, his movement speed, which is 40, closer. And then he's going to hold a hand out and flick it and snap and shoot out a pulse of telekinetic force at Ravis. I need, because he's in range and Sabrina's not, I need him to make a strength save.
Oh, you know my weakness. But that was a 15 on the die, so 19. Because Paladin.
Yeah, I only got a 17. Sad. So I try to pull you 25 feet closer, but I fail. And then I'm going to cast Blink on myself.
Okay.
So I'm going to disappear into the ethereal plane.
Gillian's
That's
like,
me.
yeah, let's go. And suddenly, poof.
Gotta protect.
Very fair. In that case, I think... So you moved 40 feet towards the center of the room, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, towards the evil bads.
Yeah.
Evil bads.
Evil bads, plural. At initiative count 20, the Phoenix continues to struggle immensely and starts trying to flex their wings, and they do it with such a force downwards. I need everyone that is there to make me strength saving throws, including Ravis.
17.
That one was lower. 11.
Okay.
23.
23. Okay, so whoever again rolled 16 or lower, you are pushed 20 feet.
Was that everybody had to make that roll?
Yes.
Cool. It's been real, guys. Say something nice at my funeral.
So did you say the?
Still
the
prone? Does it help? She's closer to the ground.
actually, yeah, it would have advantage, I guess. If you're prone, you'd have advantage.
All right. Well, I rolled a
Person.
4 the first time, so let's. That's an
question.
8.
Mate.
Oh god.
Try.
This means someone gets so much mileage out of I lay down on the ground and wait for death to take me.
Yep.
Did you say the tiny hut is gone now, Killian?
Correct, because when I leave it, it disappears.
Oof. Okay. So all of you are. So whoever failed is pushed 20 feet towards
no.
the wall. So that would be Killian. You're now 20 feet back. Ravis.
I am not on
you're
this
not.
plane of existence.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So-
Is there damage associated with this?
There is
this
no damage
this stuff?
associated, but
Yet.
but Emerson, you were right next to the firewall, and as you are
Yep.
pushed 20 feet back, you pass right through the firewall, and I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
And not the good kind of firewall that keeps your computer safe.
No,
Bad
not
kind
that.
of firewall that makes your outsides and insides hurt. That's a natural 20 though.
Oh! Thank you, change bringer.
In that case, you take only 7
welcome.
points of fire damage.
Woo! I had 8 hit points.
There you go.
Yes.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Nice. I
Thanks,
love
Faye
it.
Daddy.
Oh, I rolled so poorly. It was lucky.
Oh,
But that
God.
means that Mary and Ravis, you are both.
I
20
succeeded
feet.
though, so we still get pushed if we succeeded.
Oh, you succeeded as well? Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Then it's only Ravis that gets pushed 20 feet towards both of you. So he's now 10 feet away. So there you go.
I just grin at him.
That does bring us to Mary's turn. So there's that.
Well then, I'm going to dart forward and attack at Ravis, just being like, "What's a scheisse, man?" That's gonna be the rapier first. That'll almost certainly miss. Let me double check. I just navigated away from the thing. Yeah, 15.
Yeah.
Miss.
But then I do lash out with my my evil dagger.
18 to hit
Evil
you.
Dagger time.
18 to hit me will hit. However, I rolled like a 20 something to hit you with the dagger.
Oh yeah, that'll hit too.
And that'll be 4 points of magic-y damage.
You take
I don't-
12 points of magic-y damage.
I will uncanny dodge. I don't think anything fancy happens to you. Ooh. Ah, shit, never mind. That's an action, so I can't do it, but it would have been funny. All right. That'll be my turn, I think. Right, because Echo is still further back. She's not within 5 feet.
I didn't get
she is.
pushed.
Oh, she is within 5 feet. Do I get sneak
Yeah.
attack? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
Oh, no,
Sorry, I
sorry,
was-
because you have to move. No.
Okay.
No.
She's not in 5 feet of Ravis.
Yeah.
But my
Okay.
echo was before he got moved, so I wasn't sure.
Was
whether...
before the move.
So yeah,
yeah.
it doesn't count.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Darn it. All right. So no sneaky attack.
sneaky.
But that'll be my turn for my like movement. I'll just sort of like move around Ravis and like gesture towards Echo as if like I'm like ushering Echo in to like come and
Yeah.
fuck shit up.
So as you strike with the dagger, you hear a voice inside your head that slowly says, "Yeah, sure, you're hitting the obvious enemy, but what about those that have not revealed themselves yet?" And
First things first.
and that brings us to Emerson's turn, which is now on the other side of the firewall.
So, who am I close to? Am I close?
Absolutely no one.
Cool.
The fire.
The closest
Close to
person
the
would be
fire.
where Killian was but disappeared, and that was still 60 feet away.
Oh, so I'm like far away.
Through a firewall that is
Actually-
opaque and evil.
Yeah.
Actually, F it. How is Sabrina within 120 feet of me?
Sabrina is 160 feet away. And yeah, the wall is not opaque, but it is it does provide
Well,
cover.
Well,
Hmm.
Eldritch Blast doesn't require anything. It just shoots.
Yeah.
but from 100.
You could shoot rabbits.
He's gonna attack me, and I have one single hit point, which matches my one single brain cell. So things aren't going great. Over on
hit
Team
you
Emerson.
now.
I
True. In your
have-
defense, I mean, in your plan's defense, you did see Ravis hit Mary.
yeah. I also have one single spell slot. So. Oh, actually, I have two if I use them.
Tell us again why you love Warlock so much.
Because warlocks are the best. Don't make
No, you don't get to be that savage when someone's down and out.
One hit point's fine.
Yeah, screw it. I'll pop off some Eldritch Blasts on Ravis.
There you go. You need to push Megan.
Avenge me!
Yeah. I just slowly stand up and just oh god. I'm just like Spike at the end of Cowboy Bebop. Just what am I supposed to do? So that was a 26 to hit and a 22 to hit.
Both hit.
There we go.
Huzzah! So that is 21 points of force damage.
There we go. So Ravis, you feel as the impact of Emerson's quite familiar Eldritch Blasts hit both of them hit you, but that does bring us to your turn, Ravis.
Ravis just whips his Morning Star out forward as shadow extends out from his hand over the Morning Star and covering it completely until the Morning Star actually looks just like a long blade as I cast Shadow Blade. And then I just look around. I go, "You will all bow to your new god." And then I will, you know what? I'm gonna hit Mary with it.
Oh, okay.
Just a little bit. Oh, no, that's a 20 to hit, so I hit you.
Yeah, that'll hit.
You take 2d8.
Is this a new round? Did I
Yes.
use my uncanny dodge yet?
You
I don't
did because
remember.
it's the same round as when you used it.
Then it's not
Yeah.
a new round. Okay, then it's the
Yeah.
same one. Okay.
For Ravis, it is, and you see what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah,
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because I react. Yeah.
Yeah.
You take 10 psychic damage,
Okay.
and then I will spread my wings out completely and take off and go up about 15 feet into the air.
Perfect. So as
I get an
Ravis,
opportunity attack.
you do, but before that happens, as Ravis strikes at you, make me a wisdom saving throw, Mary.
Oh, I'm so good at those. Oh, okay. 16 actually.
Ooh, nice, but not enough.
Damn it!
As you look at Ravis's face up close, for the first time since he removed his eye patch, and you just see an endless void. A maze like no other, and you get lost. You are paralyzed until your next turn. Until the end of the next turn. And that brings us to Echo.
Okay. Distance-wise, where is Ravis in relation to Sabrina and Echo now?
Okay, so Echo is now 10 feet away from Ravis horizontally, but now Ravis is 15 feet up, so diagonally. And then Sabrina is 30 feet away from you.
Okay, so Echo will send Echo's Echo up to Ravis because it can move in any direction. And Echo herself will move towards Sabrina.
Nice.
And I will take my first attack through Echo's Echo at Ravis, which is a 22 to hit.
Yeah.
Should I assume hits? So that is 12 damage. And then my second attack I will take at Sabrina, which is the same again, whatever I said before, because I rolled the same thing. 22,
Yeah,
I think.
that hits.
Yeah. And she takes 9 damage. And
Okay,
then-
so before you do that, as you strike Sabrina, she continues to incant this mumbling, this rambling that she's been doing it, but she keeps an eye on what's happening in the battle, almost as if it's also focusing on what's happening with Ravis, almost as if the incantation and Ravis's newly found capabilities are connected in some way. But as you strike, she takes the hit, but immediately grabs at your neck, at the plates within your neck, and does a 23 hit you?
It does.
Okay. You take 56 points of necrotic damage.
That a
That's a huge
spell?
mistake.
That is a spell. That is a
Too
spell.
bad I'm in the ethereal plane.
Oh no!
What?
Nat, why would you do that?
Wait, was that a spell?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
but
were
she's like
miles
160
away.
feet away from you.
Damn it!
You are miles away.
I blame Nat personally.
Really, I just
Oh,
want to know
wait,
if it was
wait.
inflict wounds or harm or whatever.
Ooh.
Can I?
Counter spell
no.
if I was not
I
a
can't
year
make.
away.
I can't use Shadow Master on attack that's aimed at myself, can I?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it says directed at another creature. Never mind. Wait, what damage was that again? 50 something.
Necrotic, 56 necrotic. Yeah, I don't know if you have any.
The size of that oof is approximately this.
Yes, in my roll I have 2 10s and 2 9s, so this was an very high roll. Anyway, that is not the end of your turn, I believe, Echo, because you still have one more swing in you.
So for my bonus action, I'm gonna second wind.
Sure, that makes total sense.
Yeah. I get 18 back. That's a very good roll. And was Unleash Inclination is not a bonus action, it's just an attack. But it has to be from the Echo's position, so I'm attacking Ravis again. That is dirty 20 to hit.
Just hits.
Oof.
13 damage.
Ooh.
Oof. So
Still
also
hold on
you
to
see,
Shadow Blade.
nice. So also you see as you hit Sabrina, her concentration is somewhat broken. Ravis, you fall 5 feet. And you see the chains wrapping around the phoenix's, this gigantic phoenix's wings kind of loosen the grip a little bit, and the phoenix ascends ever so slightly. That brings us to the top of the round again with Killian.
So Killian appears 10 feet closer. As you can appear within 10 feet.
Yep.
Just on a question. So when you're in interior plane, you can see through walls and shit within 30 feet. Is there anything interesting below us just by happenstance?
Below you, you see a big, massive
the ground.
pool of magma.
Cool.
Yes. No, not
Can
cool.
I-
The opposite.
Can I get to a position where there was a line between me and Sabrina and then magma on the other side?
Yeah.
How far away is Sabrina from said magma?
Sabrina is actually like 10 feet away from that magma.
Okay, so we're gonna get there, and I'm going to try to shove her clear into that lava because the lava does like 20 d10 fire damage, and I love
It's-
that shit.
Nasty, yeah.
Magma.
Damn it.
Oh yeah, it's magma, so it only does like 2d6.
Yes, sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Killian just looking around, his sister got wrecked. He saw Echo, get necrotic, and he's just like, And he kind of stumbles and just like from a half doubled over position, just waves a hand forward and shoots at this pulse of telekinetic energy and need her to make a strength save.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
And if she fails, she's gonna get pushed 35 feet.
That is an 8 net.
Oh, the DC is 17. So, into the lava with you.
Okay. Oof, ouchie.
Thank you, playtest feats.
So the lava damage is, I believe, on the top of her turn.
I don't
When you
know.
start your turn, yeah, let's go with that. But
Sure.
yeah, she goes. So she's now 20 feet in the magma pool, right? Because she was 10
Yeah.
feet away. Perfect. Anything else with your turn?
I kind of want to look something up, but that would be boring. So that was a bonus action, by the way. I have an action left.
Sure.
I was gonna try again if that didn't work. I'm going to invoke a little magic, turning back over to Robus, and draw my hand across space and rend a small portal in the air as I take other hand and then widen that, and you see this dark starry void, and he's going to invoke an aberration into existence, calling it from the far realm to stride forth and fight Robus.
Yes.
That is summon aberrant spirit.
Nice. And I believe you summon it, and then it acts on your turn.
And acts immediately following.
That's
There we
so
go.
Cool.
But guess what? I forgot to get up today.
So as you look that up, you see as the moment Sabrina hits the lava, she seems quite shaken by the realization that things are not going according to plan, and the grip of the chains around the phoenix's wings loosen ever so slightly more, and the massive body of the creature continues to ascend. At this point, slamming against the ceiling of the cavern, causing dust and debris to fall on top of everyone.
All right, yeah, I'm summoning a star spawn next to him.
Okay, does it fly?
Oh, I see in the air. I thought when he dropped, he ended up adjacent to the ground.
He's 10 feet from the ground.
Okay, so if they're 5 feet tall, then 5 feet further?
Yeah.
Question mark? Otherwise,
Sure.
it's a beholder and doesn't change anything really.
No, yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
Unless Ravis flies more, then that might
Yeah,
be a
that could
problem.
happen, but I'm hoping he's gonna stop flying when she takes a pile of lava damage, magma damage. It's going to make 2 psychic slam attacks at Ravis. That is a 15, which I know misses, and a 24, which I think hits. All right. That is 11 psychic damage.
All right, so Ravis, you take that amount as this star spawn appears next underneath you and strikes at you.
And then Killian's going to disappear into the ethereal plane again. And at the start of your turn, I need to make a wisdom save against the thing's aura, but we'll get there.
Ha, nice. Perfect. So at this point, the phoenix, having more control over their actions, starts slamming furiously and breathing fire towards the top of the cavern, slamming its massive head on the stone formation. And at this point, heavy rockfall starts to happen. And in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There'll be. So you said Killian disappeared into the ethereal plane, yeah?
Correct.
Correct. In that case, this will be Echo. So make me a dexterity saving throw as the large boulder. Yep.
I do have a star spawn that can die.
That's true. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still Echo.
Cool.
Sorry.
You say Dex?
Dex, yeah.
Alright, cool, I'm pretty good at that. I'm gonna use Indomitable.
Okay.
That will be a 25.
25. Oh, you see it coming almost as if something within you warned you that there was a possibility that might happen, and you instinctively just sidestep before anything happens. And you see just Echo sidestep everyone else, and then like 1 second later, a large boulder just crashes on top of where Echo was standing before. Bringing us to Mary's turn.
Oh, I'm still paralyzed, so I don't do anything.
At the end of your turn, the paralysis is over.
I just use whatever movement I get left to flip Ravis off.
Reasonable.
Nice. Emerson.
Yes, hello.
It is I, 1 hit point.
Yes. Sorry, I was toasting to my single hit point. Like, let me see. All of a sudden, I just am like very upset with how far away I am from things. I mean, I should be far away from things. I have one single hit point. However,
There.
just getting closer doesn't seem like a smart thing to do. So, I'm just gonna like be that stereotypical warlock, and I'm just gonna keep popping off some Eldritch Blasts into my good friend Ravis, who I just want to die a second time.
Yeah, sure.
As you do. Oh, no. Nope. That was a 3 and a 4 on the die, so I'm guessing
no.
a 13 and a 14 do not hit you, and I'm just going to sit back and wait for death to claim me.
Okay. Emerson, in the back of your head,
Oh.
something starts to play, almost as if it's a flute, maybe? A soft melody.
Oh, this is what, yeah, makes sense that this is what death would sound like.
Ravis, it's your turn.
Like, oh,
Just-
yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Please make a wisdom save or take 15 psychic damage.
Ooh.
That's a natural 20, so 30.
I didn't think it was likely, but good lord. The star spawn is spooky.
I'm spookier. So I just kind of like
Yeah.
look around, and I'm just like about to scream out as Killian out, "You fools!" and I fly towards the Phoenix.
Yes.
How far away is the Phoenix?
Making our way on that.
Phoenix, at this point, it's about 80 feet away.
Cool. I fly 50 feet and then Misty Step the remaining 30.
Okay, so you're-
Star spawn's gonna away when you fly away.
That's fine.
11. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
No.
So,
So,
yeah. So as I get up to the Phoenix, I am going to channel divinity.
uh-huh.
My conquering presence, and I need it to make a wisdom save.
Okay.
Which it probably will, but whatever.
Wisdom. That is a 16.
That is the DC.
Thank you, Nunu.
There you go.
So as my conquering presence begins to try to conquer it. It just resists, and I look it in the eyes and just like, you will bow to your new god, Thoradin. And that's my turn.
Nice. At this point, Sabrina, from within the lava, no longer chanting, and you see as the chains continue to loosen the grip, hurriedly makes her way outside the lava, dragging her body, and you see she's heavily damaged by, well, magma. She looks at all of you, looks at Ravis. Fine. And who would be closer? Closer would be Echo, probably, because Echo was right next to her when she was shoved, right? You see Echo as this massive wrangle of chains just manifests on top of you, and they seem to be barbed and spectral and floating, and they just lash at you from above. For a 26 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it, having 20 AC is doing me no favors in this
Yeah.
campaign.
Damn. This is high tier play for you.
Yeah.
You take 20 points of force damage as these chains wrap around you. And at the same time, as she does this, turns towards where Mary is staying, and you hear inside your head, Mary, this big, loud noise of chains hitting on wall, just so loud and so unsettling that I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, come on. That's a natural 20.
Oh, damn! So you just steal yourself and nothing happens.
Mary's super mad.
Perfect. Okay, in that case, that does bring us to Echo.
Are these chains still around me? Are they like keeping me in place?
No, they're not keeping you in place, but they are floating around you, ready to strike again.
Okay.
You look super cool and edgy right now.
Oh yes, edgy. I'm gonna bring my Echo down to the ground and then teleport to swap places with it so that it is near the chains and I am not. And then I'm gonna have the Echo attack Sabrina.
Okay, so Sabrina is actually 10 feet away from where the chains are.
Okay, well it can move. It can still move. It's still got 15 feet.
Yeah, that's fine.
So yeah, it can move.
So you bring the Echo down, whoop, swap places, and then the Echo continues to move towards Sabrina.
So I'm now, how far am I? Another 15 feet away from wherever I was before.
Yeah, so now you should be 30 feet away because the Echo was where Ravis was, correct?
Okay, right.
So you're 30 feet away from Sabrina and your Echo.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, and then I'm going to use both my attacks on Sabrina. That is a 22 and a 19 to hit.
Both hit.
For damage. 9 and a 13.
Nice.
And then I'm going to action surge.
Oh boy, there we go.
Wait, was she already dead? Or
Nope.
Cool. Well, 2 more attacks.
But she might be now.
She might be now. They are both 14s, so that is.
Oh, okay, not 14 total. Okay.
No, not 14 total. Oh my god, sorry. Stress and maths and me don't go together.
It's okay, you can do it, Robot Life.
Pretty sure it's enough.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's enough. Yeah.
20 something.
Yeah, that hits. Yeah.
Cool. That is 14 damage. And another 14 damage.
Yeah, so as your Echo unleashes this flurry of blows, striking with its arm blade and lacerating Sabrina completely after she's been heavily damaged by falling into magma, You see as her eyes go dull and she closes them for a second, and then after that, you hear the rattling of chains that almost seem to wrap around her legs and righten her up as she flicks her eyes open once more. That's it, though. Anything else with your turn?
So wait, sorry, is she still alive?
Yes.
Fuck.
Almost as if she had some kind of enchantment protecting her from falling to 0 hit points.
Almost. Wait, is that an enchantment that is now broken though? Can I tell that? Then I'm going to unleash Incarnation and attack her again.
There we go, okay.
One more time.
One more time. That was the thing. That is a 24 to hit her.
Still hits, there we
Hits
go.
her.
Let's go.
12 damage.
12 damage. This time, the blade pierces once more, and the same dullness in her eyes, in her pale blue eyes, shows and stays as she slumps forward on her knees, coughing blood. Looks up towards Ravis. Do it. And slumps forwards, unconscious. Bringing us back to the top of the rounds. Killian.
Killian will appear, flick his wrist, and launch her limp body into the magma.
Sure.
Just done with you. And he'll go over to where Ravis is. How high up is Ravis?
Ravis is 90 feet up.
Ravis, couldn't we talk?
After we deal with this, and it just kind of was like pointing at the phoenix.
Yeah.
And Killian will flick his hands around and bring his hands together, or in his vision around Ravis, and a little yellow chain stasis towards him, Breath of the Wild style. And I need you to make a dang it, what's that save? It's either intelligence or wisdom. I swear. I mean, maybe.
It doesn't matter.
Ooh.
Make me a smart save.
It doesn't matter. That's a I believe it's called a natural 1.
Big fan. Oh, it's Constitution.
Well, okay, so 7.
Right. And you are stasised for a round. I say, no one touch him.
Okay.
To get things back in order. And this time he disappears again, because I can never stick around with this blink.
Okay.
Wow. Then the star spawn is gonna move towards Emerson.
Okay. The star spawn crosses the firewall?
I don't think 60 feet's enough to get to the firewall.
Where were they? They were exactly... yeah, so you're at the firewall, because they were exactly at the 60 feet
given
mark.
the push effect I saw before, it'll stop 21 feet away from the firewall.
Nice. Okay. Very, very well. In that case, now at the end of your turn, you see as the Phoenix, as the small wisps of dark energy start falling from the Phoenix's wings, as the chains that were containing them just crumble to the ground. In front of you, Ravis, you see for the first time, in full majestic splendor of dark and purple flamed wings, 3 deep dark obsidian eyes staring you in the face. Seeing you in your stasis state, doesn't even regard you as a threat, as he just continues to slam the ceiling, as the massive congealed magma that was locking you in here, separating you from the chamber above where the mages were, just bursts in a flurry of rock. Some of them do fall down, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the star spawn is the 6. There will be one falls where Killian was, so nothing happens, and the other one falls where Mary is. So Mary, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw as well. It's fine. Sure, it's fine. You've never
I
failed at
actually rolled
dexterity.
pretty low. That was a 14.
Uh-oh. Yeah. If you have nothing
Everyone dies.
that you can do, everyone dies. That's it. Because you failed this one roll, everyone dies, Sam.
You're welcome.
I mean, rocks fell.
No, that does mean that you take 28 points of bludgeoning damage as this huge chunk of the congealed magma
I still
slams
have
onto you.
evasion, so halved to 14.
Yes, correct. 14, yeah. But the phoenix starts to ascend towards the chamber above, and you can see now that the torchlight that was, and also from the magma below, you can see that the chamber above is exactly where you were before. But the phoenix continues to raise up.
Question.
Yes.
The purple firewall. In my head, it was a dome. Is it not a dome?
Sorry, it's a cylinder. I did
Okay,
call it
cool.
a dome, didn't I? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
no, I did. No, it was like curved, but the ceiling wasn't covered back.
Cool.
And that brings us to Mary.
Okay, so how far is Stasis Ravis now?
90 feet.
90 feet. And Phoenix is just like up flying away.
Yeah, Phoenix is about 150 now.
Okay, I don't think there's too much really I can do. Mary's gonna... I heard Killian say not to hurt Ravis, so Mary's still just gonna sort of... I'm gonna bonus action dash to get 60 feet closer to Ravis, and then I'm just gonna sort of like open the collar of my shirt and have Ava fly up towards him. And I'm gonna try to hold a goddamn shocking grasp attack for the moment Ravis is like able to be touched by Ava, because that's a spell of touch I can cast through my familiar.
Nice. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. In that case, Emerson.
Hey there. I'm gonna drink this one potion that I have.
Fair.
So yeah. It's 5. 2d4 plus 2. So that's 7.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Got a big ol' 8. Feeling great. This is gonna be awesome.
Nothing wrong with this.
And that's just gonna be it for me.
Okay.
I think I might move a little bit further away from the firewall just in case.
Okay, so you press your back against the actual wall of the cavern.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. Ravis, at the end, is it at the end of his turn that finishes, Killian? The stasis, or your turn?
You're
You're
new.
nude.
Muted.
Incapacitated to speed of 0 until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
Or until
so
they take
Ravis,
any damage.
You do nothing.
Well,
Ah.
technically, I can breathe.
You can do things that aren't actions or movement
Yes.
or reactions.
Or reactions, which is nothing.
So you can exist if you wish to exist. You can exist.
Yeah.
Echo in that case.
Oh damn, me again. How far away is Ravis from me again? Sorry.
90
The
feet.
visuals, I forget.
Okay, so weird thing here. If he's fly isn't hover, he falls. But that's weird because thematically it's stasis.
Also, am I still flying?
Oh yeah, is he still flying with something?
Yeah, that's true. But the stasis is a bit weird. But
Yeah,
sure.
like
You-
thematically it shouldn't, but mechanically it should. It's your called Dragon Manager.
Yeah. So yeah, Ravis is 60 feet now, so he drops 30 feet.
Okay.
Do I drop past a familiar at all?
You do.
Yeah, but you're still
there
in
wasn't-
stasis, yeah.
There wasn't a trigger condition.
Well, I'm going to take this moment to neck a potion.
Good, yeah.
What was that again? It was 2d4 plus something.
Yeah.
Probably should have done
3d4
that.
plus 2.
Whoops.
Cool. And so that's my action, right? Because that's
Yes.
actions in this game. And I'm just gonna have Echo move slightly closer to Ravis, and I will move in conjunction with it.
Sure. So the echo goes up towards Ravis, and you go next to Mary.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hi. Oh, man. Sorry, being really indecisive. I mean, I don't think there's really much else I can do because I've used my action. And I'm not within melee range of him yet, am I?
Nope.
She's just gonna turn to Mary and say, what do we do? Do we kill him?
I mean, I would certainly like to. I can't reach, and I just sort of like appear with my dagger.
Random question.
I
Did I end up sending you the D&D Beyond link for the dagger, Sam?
I have the item in D&D Beyond, so unless there's anything different you wanted to do with it for our game,
no, but it
have it.
When you throw it, it blinks back to you, right?
Oh, that I know, but the range is still only 2060.
Yeah.
Oh, on that note, Echo also looks at the dagger because you had it out, didn't you? And she says,
it's in one of their hands.
Yeah, and she says, and why do you have that?
Oh, because that asshole gave it to me, and I just point at Ravis with it.
Opens bag that says dead dove inside. I don't know what I expected.
At which point, Killian, because I believe he's next, reappears.
Yes.
Next to the whole thing, goes, not to interrupt, but I think we have a phoenix to deal with. Because as much as I hate Ravis right now, I think that might be the bigger problem.
That is really far.
How far is Phoenix?
Phoenix is now 150-ish feet away.
I mean, it depends on where you live.
So, Killian,
Like, for me, it's a couple thousand miles.
Points.
Wow.
That
Killian, now you're the first one to actually notice that the Phoenix is probably a problem that you should be dealing with, maybe. And as you look up and try and see where exactly they are, you feel like you see some other effects going on up above. It's a bit far away, but almost as if you see small, tiny individuals, 100-something feet away, floating in the air, trying to create some sort of arcane dome to contain the Phoenix. You see 3 of them.
Is this Phoenix out of the volcano yet?
Not yet, but you feel like the only reason why they're not is because these tiny people up there are trying to do something about it.
To be honest, no. Are they tiny or are they in the distance?
No. They're in the distance. Sorry.
Echo will respond to Killian, I guess. Surely we need to prevent Ravis from doing whatever it is he intends to do, as well.
That work?
Handshake.
How much space is there? Space.
Those are words, yes.
Yeah.
How much opening does the Phoenix have? How wide is volcano opening?
Oh, it's like at this point, it's like a 60-feet diameter hole.
And how much that is covered by dome and that's already there?
So dome is above where the Phoenix is flying now, so it's trying to break free through the crater of the volcano, because this is slightly sideways where you were before, right? So it's trying to escape the volcano, and you see that covering the actual crater up above, so 200 and something feet above, there's this what seems to be a dome being created by these 3 figures, to which the Phoenix is now slamming against.
Gotcha. God, I wish I made a beholder.
Yeah. What are you doing?
I'm going to... So I can get closer to the Phoenix by a little bit, right? Just by walking?
Slightly. Not much.
Can I get 30 feet closer?
Definitely not, no.
Okay.
It's mostly vertical at this point.
Okay. I think the plan's got to get delayed. All right. Killian is going to cast Life Transference on Echo because Echo needs more HPs.
Fair.
If Echo's going to be a good murder bot. Ooh, yay, that's going to hurt me lots. So I'm going to take 24 necrotic damage. You're going to heal for 48.
Oof.
Oh, sorry, I upcast it. One more. Sorry, I take 30. You heal for 60.
Thank you, traitor.
So he invokes his life essence, drains it out in a grand necrotic beam that strikes into your chest. You can see him like face wrinkle and you ow. And then he's going to go get him. And he's going to flick his hand and try to launch Echo towards the Phoenix just a little bit, you know? Maybe she can grab onto something, a rock or something.
You not launch the Echo's Echo?
Oh no!
I'm so happy.
Gain back 60 hit points and lose a whole lot more by slamming into
On the way down.
Well, I'm trying to aim so she can like grab something and climb or some shit like that.
Okay.
Does that seem
so you-
possible?
Seems fun,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
let's do it.
You aim Echo towards a wall, and Echo, you grab on to the rock, and if you want on your turn, you can start climbing. But meanwhile,
You launch
it
30
is-
feet.
Yeah.
And then the Star Spawn is going to try to make a bridge, you know, like part the water kind of stride in the dome to try to let M get in with its body.
Oh, nice. Okay, I like it. Yeah, sure.
I think it's going to get hurt
It probably
Get
will.
into where?
yes.
inside the dome, so you're where everything else is.
So if the star spawn just stands there, which I assume it's gonna
Yeah,
do,
no,
takes
arch its
40
back a little bit. You know, it's got tentacles and stuff.
45 points of fire damage.
It's alive.
Ah, okay.
And it's not going to last doing that very long.
So, at this point, you see the Phoenix continues to struggle against this dome that the people up above are trying to construct. But it seems like them alone, just the three of them, are not doing enough to properly contain. And you feel like the cracks in the arcane weave they are constructing is not really holding up, almost as if they need more arcane power. Meanwhile,
So I don't disappear, and Killian like to turn to people and go, I can help if I can get up there.
What is
meanwhile,
your initiative?
Emerson,
The highest.
Which was just now. Emerson,
I'm
the
like,
the
I have a plan.
the faint flute noise that you were hearing intensifies, and the intense heat that was just buffeting your faces all this time is momentaneously replaced by a breeze of fresh air, almost as if touched by morning dew, gently caressed in the face, and you feel your weight kind of disappear as you slowly start ascending. Mary, it's your turn.
Like actually?
Actually, yeah.
There goes
Okay.
my plan.
So Ravis, I think, is 30 feet closer to the floor, but currently still stasis.
Yes.
Nope, no longer stasis.
Not anymore.
No.
When my
longer
turn
stasis.
ended, Ravis started doing Ravis thing.
Okay. And
Rob's gonna
Deseret is how far up from us? And
100.
like how far?
150.
150. Okay, so I guess there's no like I don't know chains from the Phoenix I can like run to climb up or something.
Nope, but as you think about this, you continue to ascend at a steady pace.
Wait, are we all ascending?
Mary, Killian, Emerson, and Echo all start ascending.
Oh,
Oh.
shit.
Cool.
Did someone hear me?
Do I like
Didn't
pass by Ravis as I'm ascending because I'll just sort of attack him as I go?
Step, step, step.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. So
A drive-by.
As you all ascend 60 feet, you do pass by Ravis.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to be like, oh, hello, and I'm going to, with the dagger, I'm going to use that actually for my main attack and try to drive that up into his guts.
Ouchie!
Does this put anybody else nearby him? Like, I don't know how clustered we were, like, waiting for him to come down.
Echo was right next to you. Yeah.
So if we're all rising up, is she?
Yep, absolutely.
Does Echo's Echo also start rising up? Because that was near Ravis as well.
No.
Okay.
No.
Just asking.
Okay,
But
so I'm just
asking
trying
for
to.
a
So I
friend.
get sneak attack. This is what
You
I'm
do
trying
get
to
sneak,
figure out.
yes. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. 22 to hit.
Shield.
Fuck.
yeah. Ooh.
Counterspell.
Ooh.
Oh!
Oh shit.
Oh!
Nice.
Wait, is he close enough? Because he was far back before, and I'm 60 feet in the air.
He ascended with the rest of them.
He did ascend. God damn it.
Also,
60-foot
my
range.
summon went back. I stayed in this area.
No, I just meant where you were before.
Yeah, before.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. Awesome.
So yeah, I just
It does
shoot out
hit
a
in that
little
case.
bolt of arcane energy that just dissipates the shield as your dagger comes in.
All right, so that's going to be 11, 12, 13, 14.
Love you, Robert.
It's gonna be 28 damage. And Mary, as like they dig their knife and they're just kind of like, oh, I have my own goddess, thank you very much. And
Yeah, I'm
The real
unconscious.
change bringer.
Yeah.
right?
I am the one that brings the change.
Are you unconscious?
Yeah.
Oh man.
The combo kill.
Mary is super angry. Yeah, I'm like legit like, oh, is Mary angry enough to fucking attack him while he's down? Because I think they might be.
Well, I believe when he drops, he drops to the ground immediately.
Or he
Yeah.
falls in magma.
Or that.
He's not above magma, but
Change that.
you can change that, yeah.
Right? I don't know. I'm just kind of like, if I would have time for a second attack as he's falling, because that was only my main attack, I still have
Yeah.
an offhand. So.
Of course. I mean, you can.
You know what? Yeah, Mary's fucking pissed. They're gonna slash at him again as he falls. Just being
Bloodthirsty.
like, yeah,
Two-
they're
two-
really mad.
2 failed saves, Travis.
Only if,
If they hit-
right?
Yeah.
Probably gonna hit.
That's a 21.
Yeah, that hits.
Yep, that hits.
Same one.
So there we go.
I mean, look,
I mean, it's only. I guess it
Oh,
doesn't.
yeah, you
damage.
can't,
It doesn't
yeah.
matter. You're unconscious. So.
2
And
failed
I'm
death
just-
saves.
2 failed death saves. And as
just
you
Casually.
as you fall unconscious, you start falling down properly. But let's go to Emerson's turn.
Love you, Robert.
Okay. So we're all floating. Yup.
Yup.
See, I had like a really cool plan, and it did not involve floating. So now I need to rethink my plan.
Whoops.
Because we're just. Are we floating at like, is this like something that's happening quickly?
Yeah,
Or is
you're
this, like,
rising at 60 feet per round, basically.
Oh damn! So yeah, this is like one of those rides at the fair that drops you up
Yes.
real fast
Yes.
and probably isn't super safe. So I think that. So the people what can I see as we're doing this? Like obviously I see like Echo and Mary and my brother, and we're all
So,
floating. Like what do
Emerson.
I see like ahead of?
High above, as you look up, as you in the direction you're ascending currently, you see these 3 figures that now you're closer to them and you recognize them as being Lady Vess, Theseus, your boss, and Jakob, the one guy that lightning bolted you to smithereens almost, trying very hard to contain this creature as it spits flames to all of them, and you see as them blinking out of place at the same time as they're trying to mitigate the damage from the fire. And you also feel a strong breeze coming from the crater, fresh one. Up above. What are you doing, Emerson? What are you doing?
I don't. Oh my god, I have no idea. I mean, if I can very clearly see that it's my boss. I'm gonna message him.
Okay.
And be like, "What do we do?"
Yeah, so the reply you get is, quite busy. I've heard things that you've done, probably not the best. Just help.
That's what I was asking to do. I need a new job.
I have been telling you that for like 5 years.
I need a new job. Well, that's an action. I guess I'm just gonna I'm gonna try to focus really hard on the cool feeling that honestly I think means I'm dying.
Fair.
So I'm just gonna try to relax all 8 of my hit points into that nice soothing cool feeling, just in case it is death, at least it won't be so bad. Maybe
Make me a charisma check.
oh lord. Okay. 13.
13. Okay. Let's leave it at that then.
It's a 4 on the die. Ugh.
Ravis, you fall to the ground.
I mean, technically, I get to make a death save before my turn starts.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Sure. Go for it.
I come unconscious with 1 hit point and then hit the ground.
What? What?
That's amazing.
But that keeps you from dying. You reset your death saves.
You now have you reset and you now have 1 failed death save. Perfect.
Holy shit!
Wow.
That's fucking amazing.
Insane.
I mean, I cheat. I get that hit point at 16 or higher.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's true.
matter.
Right.
That's true, yeah.
Right.
It's still awesome.
I mean,
Still
that's
awesome.
still
So,
Echo.
pretty.
What is this battle?
I don't know. Echo. it's your turn.
If anybody else
Okay.
figures it out.
Okay. Well, first of all, when Killian heals Echo, you would see her look really confused at what he's doing, and then just kind of give him a nod. But now that
Ow.
she's floating, she just literally doesn't know what to do. She's just like, "You say you want us to deal with the Phoenix. Do we kill it? I don't think this thing can be killed."
It being dead would be ideal.
I'm gonna. How close am I to the Phoenix now?
90.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, I can't do shit.
Did you ever do battlefield tactics? Before you went in your big sleep.
A little, but usually I just had one duty, and that was protecting one person. This is very different.
It's not that different. Go there and make it angry at you instead of everyone else.
You really want me to die, don't you?
No!
Just turn around.
Alrighty. So as you wait for the unexplained magic to ascend you even further, Killian.
Oh no, I'm not done
Oh,
with
sorry.
my turn.
What can you do?
Whereas I'm just gonna make sure that my Echo's Echo is following along with me.
Yep. Sure.
But it can only move 30 feet per
So it's lagging a little bit behind.
turn. Actually, what I could do is I could dismiss it and then resummon it 30 feet ahead of me How close would
There
we
you
be to the
go.
Phoenix then?
So it would be 60 feet. So if you're 90 and you resummon it,
Okay.
you can
I
always
guess-
not do that and wait that you ascend more and then summon it if you prefer. I don't know. Next turn.
Yeah, but it's still 30 feet ahead of me, so and it has to move within 30 feet of me, so it will be like ahead of me.
Mhm.
Like it will reach the Phoenix before me, basically.
Sure.
No matter what.
Okay.
What is the range? I do have a crossbow. It's just like really shit damage compared to my sword. That's 80 feet. But could my Echo use the crossbow to attack the Phoenix now?
I think so.
Yay! Okay, I can do something. Okay,
Right.
I'm gonna attack it twice with the crossbow again.
Let's go.
One of those is a 21, and one of them is a 14.
So one of them, so actually no, both of them. One of them goes slightly faster than the other one, as you shoot twice in a row. And as they reach within, I'd say, 10 feet of the vicinity of the flame spouting from the Phoenix's body, they incinerate.
Cool.
Oh, it doesn't have a stat block. I understand now.
I don't think it can die, Killian.
That would be
Maybe
ideal. I
to
didn't say it'd be
rethink.
possible.
That does bring us to Killian's turn, and at the top of the turn, now you are now 120 feet elevated because of this weird magic, which means that you are 30 feet away from the Phoenix.
I turn to M and go, good job on the flying magic. It's good shit.
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome.
How large, what is the size category of the Phoenix?
Gargantuan.
Okay, so that's 20 feet by 20 feet or bigger. How much is the or bigger?
So the wingspan's about 60 feet, I'd say.
Oh.
But the core of the body would be the 20 by 20, but then wingspan's.
Oh.
Yeah. So as you start ascending, and the mages that are trying to contain it see you approach, and they look at both Emerson and Killian. Jakob kind of yells, knowing both of you. I'm not sure why you did that, but if you have any decency left, just help. Concentrate. You can do magic, right? Focus on the weave.
Did try to kill me though.
Did you say that out loud?
No, that's
Okay.
Megan saying to him.
Killian is going to try to physics this a little bit
Okay.
because he's not flying under his own power. So he's going to try to just launch one of those force blasts away and see if he can like space it, where you just, do the space thing where you launch the opposite direction.
Yeah, sure.
He's going to try to get in front of the Phoenix.
So, and you can move yourself 30 feet, right? So you'd be right.
So I had to roll a die to see how far I move.
Okay, go for it. Yeah.
40 feet.
Okay, so you can go above the Phoenix if you want.
Yeah. Right in front of it.
How
Oh.
close to it, though?
Well, this is forced movement, so there's no way. Oh, but this is for something else, isn't it? I imagine I'm going right by the thing. I will say I want to do one thing before I go, and I want to just breathe a little magic in. I'm going to use my arcane abeyance to weave a. That's not helpful. Weave a wall of force into a little bead of magic.
Okay.
In turn, and look around and go, not Mary, not Emerson, and he's just gonna truck it to Emerson.
Oh no, Emerson! You see it coming your way. Do you grab it?
I'll try.
You grab it,
I
no
will
problem.
I-
Snatch it, and what is this? You're not sure.
Yeah, it's like, what?
It's a wall of force. It just casts,
Okay.
and then he'll Wally with the fire extinguisher in front of this Phoenix.
Okay, so as you
And I
get
imagine I'm getting
within-
quite close.
as you
I
get
could have
within
helped you get closer.
as you get within 5 feet of the flames of the phoenix, you immediately take 26 points of fire damage.
Does that count as an attack?
Yeah, that is not an attack. It's just an
Okay.
aura
Oh.
effect.
Okay, I am in pain.
Sorry, is it? But you are there, Killian.
And then I end my turn. I'm assuming
Oh.
the star spawn's dead by now.
Yeah, he was down there helping Emerson escape.
And I stay on this plane of existence. I'm just trying to be in its way, and I'm just sitting there like, all right, you idiot.
Okay.
I'm
so
just
you
another
do-
idiot.
So you do
Standing
see
in front of an
that
idiot. asking
you see
not
that
to kill me.
the containment magic that the other 3 wizards are trying to weave around it, right? You feel like
Okay.
if you wanted to, you could tap into that. If you
No, I'm
if
good.
that's something that okay, perfect.
It's a hey, big phoenix thing. I'm just me looking at you, asking you to kill me first.
Absolutely. After your turn, it's the phoenix just rears their head back, and in one more sweep movement of the head, just breathes fire on towards where Athesius is, and right in front of you, Killian.
Temporal shut.
Okay.
Please make a wisdom save.
It is a 16, but chooses to succeed.
All right, I'm dead.
Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm at 2 HP.
Okay, yeah, so definitely you
I
are
tried.
It's an attack!
burned
Can I
to
shadow motor
crisp.
that? What?
Huh? Sorry?
Can I shadow motor that,
Does it say damage or attack roll?
please?
So Killian tries to weave some magic and just shunt this thing forward in time past when it's able to shoot fire. And it just says no.
It says in front of an attack directed at another creature you can see before the attack roll is made.
So
To make it
no,
re-roll its automatic success.
but because this is cool, I'll let you try and sacrifice the echo instead. Let's just roll me a d20. Tell me what you
Okay.
roll.
Okay. Do I add anything?
Nope, just straight
It's a
d20.
19.
Yep. Killian, you see as immediately in front of you, this shadowy clone of Echo appears, and the flames just lick around it, and you're untouched by the flames. And the Echo just vanishes.
Here I thought you wanted me dead.
But as the phoenix does this sweeping breath of fire, the cool breeze coming from up above intensifies as small petals start to coalesce. First in what seems to be an amalgam of a shape, nothing too defined, but slowly these petals stack up. And you see these thick green legs start to form, and then a torso and arms, and a demonic face with peace upon it, though. As finally the petals settle in 2 massive horns, and it looks down towards the rest of you, and dives down with extreme speed from the top of the crater, and just lands on top of the phoenix, and tries to wrestle it, holding onto its neck.
So it's a Pokemon.
Please
Yes.
don't die or else I'll lose my
Pokebottle.
magic.
Mary, it's your turn.
A friend of yours, Emerson.
Something like that.
Okay. So how far is the Phoenix from the rest of us? Because I know Killian sort of got closer. 30. Okay. Then yeah, I'm gonna just sort of start moving to get closer to the Phoenix, just kind of like, I don't know if this will help at all. As I run, I'll like chuck the dagger ahead of me, knowing that it'll pop right back in my hand. Oh shit, that's a fucking 28 to hit.
Yeah.
For whatever that's worth. And Killian is close up. Would we say within, or would we say that the wrestling Fae Daddy is within 5
Yeah,
feet?
absolutely, yeah.
It's Faye father to everyone else.
Alright, so
It's Faye daddy to me.
26 magical piercing for first attack, and when I get closer to close the distance, I'll make my other.
So are you getting up close to the...
I will
things?
get close, like kind of not in front of its mouth, but like kind of try to flank it, like on one side.
Melee range.
Yeah, I'll
So-
get into melee. I'm still
So
a
as you get into
tiefling,
melee-
so Mary's kind of like I'll deal with the heat.
Fair. So as you get into melee, you take 39 points of fire damage, reduced to
Okay,
19.
halved.
Yeah.
Okay.
And do your attack.
Ooh, that's going to be 26. Shit. I rolled
Nice.
good.
Yeah, that hits.
And that's my offhand, so it's just 4. But I still
Okay.
rolled good.
Yeah. So
Still
you see,
magic.
Yeah, you see this intense heat all around you that doesn't bother you as much as it would bother other people because you're of your infernal heritage. But you did some damage. Doesn't seem to be much affected by it, but it is some damage.
Does Mary know? I guess that Deseret used to be like Asmodeus's mount, right? Because that's
I think
the
it was
lore.
mentioned in the Lila's journal. Yeah. So you
And
would know.
Ravis said it out loud too.
And Rav said, "Oh, there you go."
Mary's just gonna sort of like out loud and infernal be like, oh, okay, if you could just like maybe knock things off, that would be really great, please. Sorry for the stabbing.
Oh no.
Sorry.
Emerson,
Hi.
as this creature that you are well familiar with appears and tries to wrestle the phoenix and hold it down in hopes that that will stop it from being released, you feel a surge of power like you've never felt before, almost as if the sheer presence of this entity is boosting your magical abilities and your prowess by an enormous amount. And you feel like the petals that were falling and coalesced into the form of one Fey Daddy are now falling on top of the dome that the wizards are creating. And it seems that the dome is slightly curving now that the phoenix is not trashing as much, almost as if it's trying to curve on itself, forming a sphere. And you feel like the petals are falling on top of it, completing it ever so slightly, and you feel like you understand what that is, what the petals are, and how to
It's a
wield
Pokeball.
them. It's a Pokeball, yeah.
Well, I still don't kind of understand, but if my dad's magic is making it work, then it's good. Would I be able, can I see like what kind of, like, would I be able to tell if there's something I can do to assist the domation?
Make me an Arcana check with advantage
Ha!
because you are super boosted.
I also tossed you a wall of force.
Also that, yeah.
That's not great. That's a 9.
Ooh, a 9.
I did not learn magic from a book.
Yeah. So you're not really sure
I
what
learned
you
it from
can
that
do.
guy.
You're not really sure what you can do. I mean, it's not obvious that you can just tap into the power and help them or anything.
Right.
But if there's one thing that you know with the knowledge that you have is that your brother is quite smart and he gave you something.
Am I supposed to, like, I didn't just look at him like, oh God. I guess I'm gonna throw it at the dome?
So you
And
just
hope
use your
that's
action
what
to
he meant.
cast it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hope that's what he wanted me to do
Yeah.
with it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna like,
So as you concentrate on the bead and just throw it as you concentrate on it and try to understand what it really does,
Some bad news.
go on.
So Wall
love
of Force
bad news.
isn't a spell I know. It's a spell I had to use my combiner to cast. And this was a great time to fail an Arcana check. It actually
First
is a
time.
cone of cold.
oh no!
Okay.
You know Emerson's gonna think she fucked it up, right?
Oh yeah.
So funny
Because
thing
you
though,
told her
Emerson,
it's a wall of force.
yeah. Funny thing
And
though,
Killian
Emerson,
thinks it is.
You throw this bead, right? And immediately you start feeling the cold emanate from your hands, right? But at the same time, you feel like your magic is being channeled through your patron, and the petals that are falling are still reacting to the sheer force of the spell. You feel like the petals are neatly wrapping around, and the dome that the wizards were creating is rapidly closing, enveloping both your patron, the Phoenix, Killian, and Mary.
So I don't die from a cone of cold?
You do? Because now Mary and Killian make me Constitution saving throws for the cone of cold.
I don't think it's gonna matter. I had really low health after that. Oh shit! And I rolled really low. That's a fail. Constitution, yeah, it doesn't fucking
I
matter.
fail against my own spell save DC.
Oh my god.
So you both get turned into icicles. If I
Only if it kills you.
I've only kill you.
My
Okay.
brother.
Yeah, I'm at 0, so
That's
it
not
doesn't
dead.
kill you. It doesn't kill you. Yeah, but you, the cold envelops you, and you feel the sweet embrace of your own arcane signal, Killian, as it takes you to unconsciousness. And Emerson, you see this happening. You see both of them just get blasted by this wave of cold, as the net that's been created neatly begins to wrap up on the bottom. So you feel like you have a limited amount of time. Ravis.
That's cocked, so I'm gonna re-roll it. If it hadn't been cocked, I would have gained a hit point. Let's just mark that failure. Yep.
Okay. Echo. At this point, you're outside of this closed dome, and the only entrance is below.
I literally have no fucking idea what to do. If I go in there, am I going to get hit by the spell, or is that like done?
No, the spell's gone. You just
Okay.
see two floating popsicle bodies, basically. They're a bit frostbit.
They're still floating though. They're not.
Yeah,
falling or anything.
they're not falling now.
Can I? Can I go in and attempt to grab both of them? Is that a thing that is possible?
I'll
I can bonus action summon another echo. Can me and the echo both go in and grab them and pull them out?
Yes, maybe, perhaps. Just make me an athletics check. See how fast you can do this.
I'm good at that. Okay, come on.
I feel like I should just retitle this episode to Oops.
Whoopsie.
23.
23, okay. You see as Echo takes control of the direction of the floating mechanism and dives down into the little hole that's still open. Grabs, who do you grab as yourself and who do you grab as the Echo?
I guess whoever's closest to me, I grab, and then I send the echo out for the other person.
Okay, so you grab Mary immediately, and then the echo appears near Killian, and you start dragging them both towards the tiny gap in the net that's closely knitting. I need you to make me an acrobatics check to see if you can squeeze through before it closes, and it takes the three of you with it.
Come on. Oh yes. Okay, that's really good. 22.
22. As you start descending, and you're making all the effort you can to bring both of them through that gap, as you reach to it, it seems too small to fit everyone. Echo. You can either bring yourself and Mary, or the Echo and Killian.
Fuck. I don't know if this is possible, but with the oh no, because it swaps me with it if I teleport.
I'm open to suggestions. At this point, I'll say we're out of initiative, and if anyone has like a snap thing they want to try, I'm open to suggestions.
I fail a death save.
Good.
I mean, that depends. Can I make my death save before doing it?
Yes, make another death save, Ravis.
Can I?
It's a success. I mean, it's not a 1 hit point though.
Could I? So is this
Emerson.
thing like it's solid? Like, so could you like get out? Like, all right. So if I were to like dimension door in and cast fly on me and my brother, oh, he's unconscious. If I were to dimension door in and then dimension door us out, is that something that I could do?
Perhaps if you roll a good spellcasting ability check.
I
Hey,
mean,
that's one of my
Wait.
checks.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna risk it. I have
Okay.
2 spell slots, so
Okay.
I'm gonna
So-
try to dimension door into the dome and just like grab my brother and try to dimension door like up to like, because I can go 500 feet, just like somewhere that's solid.
Okay. So, Echo,
In that, okay.
I assume you squeeze through with Mary, holding Mary tight, right?
If I see Emerson starting to do this, then yeah.
Okay, so you see as Emerson blinks into the sphere, and now the 4 of you are inside the sphere as it's almost closing. As you tightly pull Mary through, you see as Emerson blinks out of there and lands next to you. As the dome finally closes and starts rapidly descending throughout the hole, taking the Phoenix and the entity wrestling it with it. Emerson,
It's been really nice having magic.
Emerson, as you feel your dimension door land outside, somehow deep down, you feel that might have been the last potent spell you've had the capability of casting. And as this sphere descends into the depths of the volcano, and the rock around it falls on top of it, collapsing part of the cone of the volcano, you are left still unconscious. Mary and Killian, make me death saving throws. Ravis as well.
Success.
Fail.
Is that your second failure, Mary?
It's my first fail.
My first, okay.
Can we
Ravis.
attempt to stabilize them if we're out of initiative?
Yeah.
Let's just wait for Ravis's.
Okay.
Success, but not a hit point. So I've
Is
got
my-
2
is my-
and 2.
Is my boss still there?
Yeah. As you
So-
kind of lay to a side, right, and they start descending, you still have some time to act if you want.
Because I want to try to stabilize my brother, but I also want to message my boss and be like, I quit.
And you do so, and make me so with time, I'd say you're able to stabilize both Killian and Mary, and as you're taking time to do this, Ravis, I believe you have a final check to make, don't you?
Yeah. This goes one way or another.
Yep.
Oh,
It's up to this
man.
roll.
Come on. 16, which is
That's the number.
That's it?
a hit
That's
point.
the number.
Oh!
Ravis,
No, we wanted him to die.
I'm
Ravis, you
happy for
regain-
Robert.
Yeah.
Ravis, you regain consciousness as you see this massive ball of what seems to be arcane weave descend into the depths of the volcano, and rocks falling all around you. As the cone kind of collapses, you can see daylight seep through the cracks in the cone of the volcano, and a passageway for you to leave unnoticed. If you wish to do so, of course.
Do I see the that the 2 are stabilized and not dead or dying?
You don't see any of them. They're
don't
like
see
way
any
up
of them.
above. Yeah. You're literally stumbling with 1 HP through a...
Ava might be like hanging out, just glaring at you.
You know what? If Ava is, you're like, tell them I'm sorry. And I will leave.
And then Ravis leaves. As everything starts to stabilize and rocks stop falling up above, and you bring Killian and Mary to a stable position. As the wizards start descending to meet you to gather some explanation to what the hell happened here. Let's have a quick break before
Oh boy.
before going into the RP side of things.
Oof.
This took slightly more than I was expecting, with a lot of indecisions
That
and
was
interesting
But
ideas.
it was epic.
that was really amazing.
But it was insane. So I'll say let's try and break fast and grab some water, go to the toilet, and then come back. And if you need
I
to
finally
stretch a
failed an
little bit-
Arcana check.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what a
Yeah.
fucking check to fail. Holy
It was only
shit.
a DC 20.
Wow.
Only.
3 campaigns and 1 failed check.
All right, well, make sure that you hang out before while we're gone for break, because before we leave at the very end of tonight, we're doing our dice giveaway. So
Yeah.
stick around.
Win some dice.
And of course, we want to see what these crazy characters are going to do now that
Oh yeah.
this happened. All right. So let's have a break.
See you soon. And we're back.
Hello.
Hi.
And because this encounter took a little bit longer than I anticipated, but for a good reason, because I think it was a good cinematic ending to the combat part of Wildemount Daring and Divine. But that doesn't mean that there's not more to be done, because as the wizards descend, Lady Vesta Rogna, Lord Athesius Uladon, or whatever his name was, I think that's the name, and
Yeah, I think that was his name.
Jakob, ex-schoolmate of Emerson's, as they all descend down with their flight spells still active and land down next to the 4 party members as the 5th runs away through an open tunnel into broad daylight. I would say unscathed, but not unscathed. Heavily damaged, but alive.
I am insanely scathed.
Heavily scathed.
Pretty scathed.
I'm gonna take.
Are we just stable, or
my-
have we regained HP?
Yes.
Well,
actually?
You are
I was
just
saying
stable.
Yeah, my brother has 2 healing potions on him. I'm gonna toss one to Echo to give to Mary, and I'm gonna bloop, 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 bloop,
Same.
for my brother. And I will roll it because I'm feeling lucky. That wasn't bad. That's 7 plus 2. So you have a 9 hit points, which congratulations. That's
As you
one
go to
more
feed me the
than
potion, I disappear in the ethereal plane, and then I come back.
You have 1 more hit point than me.
Well, in that case, as the wizards are descending, you feed said potions to said people, and they are now conscious. So the 4 of you are laying against a pile of rocks, I assume, as you lay them down to feed them their potions. And as the 3 mages land, and leading the trio, the musketeers, comes Lord Athesius, your former boss, I guess, Emerson? As you cast the sending spell saying, I quit. And you see like both Lady Vess and Jakob are still like kind of in combat stance, prepared to take any measures if necessary. And Lord Athesius is like holding their hands back. And so, would you care to explain what's happened here?
Not particularly.
So you infiltrate our facilities and you attempt to release an ancient being from its deep slumber, and you have nothing to say in your defense.
We did not release it.
Yes, it was an associate of ours whose actions we were not expecting. He deceived us and was the one that set the creature free. We were trying to contain it to fix what he had done when you arrived.
And at this point, as Athesius kind of stops and thinks for a second, Lady Vess kind of chimes in. You have no idea what you have done. We have spent years studying this place, collecting information, well, you definitely know about it. These crystals, to study them and make sure this would never happen. And suddenly you arrive here and this happens? I was so close. One or two more crystals. We could have understood the mysteries and maybe do something, harness this power. And Athesius kind of turns to her. Harness?
Ooh. And Killian makes that noise.
And kind of she
Emerson
kind
just
of
looks at him like, not the time.
takes a step.
Mary's like quietly rubbing dirt onto their tattoo to like cover it up.
She kind of takes a step back as he looks at her. I see. Kind of looks at both Killian and Emerson with a knowing look, like, this is why I sent you. I believe, and kind of keeps up the facade. I believe what my colleague is trying to say is that we wanted to study and prevent this from ever happening. We knew of the existence of this creature here locked away, but the problem was we didn't know where the other pieces were, but clearly you found them. And now they are deep buried inside, and we have locked them in our own means. Better means, hopefully. If what you say is the truth, then I believe you are free to go. Unless anyone has any other opinions. And Lady Vest kind of mutters under her breath but doesn't say anything. And Jakob kind of chimes in and just takes a step towards you, Emerson. If what you were saying is the truth, then why were you collecting these fragments with this companion? I saw you on multiple occasions.
I don't know which one of these two you report to. I was following orders. I'm sure you were as well. When you nearly killed us on the boat.
Kind of looks back at both of the archmages. And Vess is kind of still taken aback by the slip of her tongue, and Theseus kind of puts his hands on Jakob's shoulder. Look, I appreciate your help. I'm not sure exactly what you are doing here, or it's been a while since I've seen you, since you were a student. This doesn't make much sense, but I appreciate your help. But now just leave these people alone. He kind of reluctantly takes a step back and kind of holds back a little bit. And Theseus continues. As for what to do with you now, well, first of all, I will ask that you disclose none of the information that you have acquired here with anyone else. Is that something that you can do?
Yeah, you're not gonna try to like hunt us down and kill us in our sleep now or anything like that, right?
Well, you have two options, right? You keep this to yourselves, and if no one finds about it, then we know that you kept your promise, or we attempt to wipe your memories.
I'll take the first one.
Good choice.
Echo kind of scoffs at the idea of them trying to wipe her memories.
Killian literally did too. A little.
Right. Well, if it's all the same, there's been a decent amount lost here, so I'd much prefer we just be able to leave in peace if it's all the same.
Yes. He answers like immediately before any of the others has any chance of chiming in. Just go now. Pretend like you've never seen anything here.
All right.
Good.
And like if we're like getting ready to like leave, I kind of want to just like try and like make magic. Just like try to like do like summon like an eldritch blast, just like because that'd be like the first thing that I learned how to do, just like any kind of magic.
As you attempt to coalesce the natural energy on the palm of your hands, you focus and you concentrate, and nothing happens.
And I just kind of like sigh to myself and nod and make sure my brother's on his feet and okay.
So as you were doing that, Theseus turns to Vess, kind of whispers something in her ear, and they teleport away. leaving Jakob there with you, still kind of suspiciously eyeing you.
Oh, well, you can fuck all the way off.
Yeah, Echo is fully glaring at him because, yeah, he's the guy that shot lightning at them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Echo is just
Yeah,
like,
Emerson got real
Die.
fucked up by that lightning blast.
Continues. I still do not fully understand what your intentions were here. Doesn't make much sense.
Yeah. Well, lucky for you, you don't need to.
That's what we shall see. You are free to go now, but if something strange happens regarding this ever again, I know who's at fault, and I'll find you. Just so you know, we're not the bad ones. We're not the bad guys here, as you might have seen. Kind of snarks and spits out the last sentence.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Yeah. Oh, it's something to do with magic.
Much past the understanding of this world where we think there's a good side and there's a bad side.
For each situation, there is a good and bad side. It varies wildly. But in this case, clear winner. And today it was us. But because of your recklessness, it could have been them. Anyway, take care. And kind of looks at Mary that was snarking at him. Doesn't matter if you cover it up. Already saw it. And he kind of incants something and dimension doors away. And you are left in the rubble, the four of you. Tired, beaten, confused, fragile. What do you do?
Can we take a short rest?
Get those spell slots.
Get some hit points. Get some spell slots.
Well, I'd still like to get out of the middle of this fucking volcano before we go taking a nap.
I can if I get spell slots back, I can make it so that we can all fly out of the volcano.
You absolutely do not get spell slots back.
Oh, that's right. I don't, because now
I was about to say, Megan.
Actually,
I'm just gonna jump into the lava.
You did that great flying trick down the volcano. Can you just do that again? You might be too tired. Do you need a break first? A sandwich, maybe?
I can't do any tricks ever again, I'm pretty sure. So, like, you know, when you run a machine off of an energy source or a battery or
Hey, what?
anything, machines exist.
Gillian points to Echo.
Yeah.
But a battery source? I don't...
Well,
have you never been to Hupperduk, Mary?
Yeah.
No, I've never left Rexingtron.
Yeah. So my battery is in just points down.
Oh.
We might be able to mess with that a little bit. These things, once given, can sometimes be retapped into.
It's all right. Let's get home. I've gone long enough. I've gone a long time without having magic already, so it's not going to be that bad to go back to not having it again. Let's just go home.
If we take a rest, I can teleport us.
While we're resting, Echo will sidle up to Mary at some point. I believe I should return the dagger to where we found it, given the situation. Will you give it back to me?
I mean, Yeah, it was yours, really, as far as I am concerned, but you are going to bring it back to that tomb or whatever, where we thought other people were going to be looking for things?
Just remember, there's more traitors in your party.
Well, people won't be able to get inside without me, and I won't be staying there, so it should be safe. Safer than being out in the world, anyway.
No, I suppose that makes sense. I mean, it is kind of a jerk, though. Are you sure you want it?
What do you mean?
Mary. Suspicious, isn't it? First of all, she doesn't mind that the dagger leaves. And suddenly now I'm a problem that needs to be locked away. I wasn't the villain here, was I? Was that other man? Ravis? Or Thoridan?
I don't need to, like, make a save or anything, Nunu, do I?
No,
Okay.
no. It's just if Sam or if Mary feels it's a compelling argument, then you can act upon it.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing. I'm torn. Because I think they would know enough about Thera's Dune and kind of just the tenets of the Changebringer that I don't know if they would actually be into super hanging into the dagger, if Echo is going to want it.
So
but...
if that crosses your mind, then the dagger says,
oh, I understand, especially because it turned out that he was indeed a follower of Therese Dune. But don't forget, I was in prison against my will. I did his bidding, but now I am my own entity. Not Therese Dune, Ragazu. And I'm here to help. We could do great things.
Echo, what do you know about this knife?
Not much. It's simply one of the artifacts that Falaya wanted to protect. She must have had a reason.
Oh, well, there's... I mean, I see no reason to keep things secret. Ravis certainly, liked to do that, and I am not interested in following that path, but there's someone sealed in here. I would like to see if I could find a way to, I don't know, help it.
Help it?
Or, I don't know, I am not a fan of, undeserved, at least, imprisonment. I would like to look into this entity. You would be welcome to, join me if you want. Maybe it will take us to where you need to find Falaya.
You said it was an unkind entity earlier.
Oh, I mean, it is kind of a jerk, he says, some kind of, just not the nicest things, but honestly, it has really only said, mean things about kind of Ravis, and it wasn't wrong, so, I mean...
Is or not Echo?
It is, I don't know how much you know about the gods, Echo, but the one I follow does not. I need to try to let people be free to be themselves if I can. So if I can help this person, I would like to.
Well, if it has been sealed away, Falaya would have had a good reason for it, and we've already seen what happens when people unleash things they shouldn't.
I suppose that is true, but she's the one who sealed it. Because that is not what the knife said.
I don't know if she sealed it or if she was simply assigned to protect it, but she knew what she was doing. I merely served her, so...
Well, I would like to try to do what I can to at least find some answers. Would you want to try to, figure something out, perhaps?
I would be willing to look into what it is, but I'm not saying that I want to unleash it on the world if it's been sealed away for good reason.
Oh, no, I mean, I think I kind of, tried to do that, without doing any research for, the last time this time, so, I would like to actually go and find, a goddamn book or something first,
If you need my help, Mary, just throw her off the scent. Maybe mention that there's someone else here
around you that has wronged her. Change the topic and keep me. She'll forget all about the dagger once she remembers that someone here still betrayed her.
She hasn't forgotten.
Oh, do you think that's... And Mary will kind of lower their voice and be like, do you think that Ravis was like working alone within the group?
I don't think so. That's not the impression I got.
Oh no, this was at Echo.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Oh. I don't know. I assumed so, given his actions. But I only met you all a few days ago, so...
Yeah. I don't know. I feel a little concerned that maybe not everybody maybe was here for the reasons that they said. Maybe
Well, you know them all better
not.
than I do.
I do not. I know them actually like pretty much as well as you do, except for Emerson. I know it is not Emerson. She is wonderful. But I mean, somebody. And I'll just sort of look over towards Killian.
Oh. Need something?
Well, yes. Killian did say he wanted to have me killed, apparently. So.
Wait, what?
But I think this is a separate issue entirely.
Wait, no, Killian, you wanted to kill Echo?
That is a gross simplification.
I like wait outside for like 10 minutes and you are trying to murder people, Killian. What's the hell?
No. Fuck. Can I explain?
What did he say to you?
Apparently, no, I can't explain.
Go ahead.
That, and Killian will get up and walk over to Echo and point at the decahedron embedded in her chest. Is a very powerful artifact that is essential to a civilization of which I studied within's growth and prosperity. And they will be willing to kill Echo for it.
But crucially, you told them about me.
Yes, I made a mistake. Yes, but now we can fix it. So I wanted to wait until you were alone to have this conversation. But if I can prove to them that you can bind to it while it's still inside you, they won't dismantle you and kill you.
What are you?
Please, let me try. Let me try to bind to the beacon inside you.
What does that mean?
It's an arcane process where it's like Thalia was probably bound to it, where when people die who are bound to it nearby, they will be reborn as babies, within the radius. And we only have today because I only got them to promise a day.
Wait, so we have like a time limit before people come to try to kill Echo?
Yes, I delayed them a little bit because they were a personal friend.
Oh, that is very generous of you, Killian.
I greatly appreciate it.
I'm just trying to fix what I did. Is that such a... Do I need to get crucified for that? Yeah, I messed up. Now can we move on and fix it?
Fine, do what you need to do.
Thank you.
Any chance any of this counts as a short rest?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Over the rest, I didn't think this would become a whole thing.
No, I think Emerson's just kind of if we're not moving, Emerson's just kind of sitting by herself, just trying to make magic happen.
Okay.
While everyone's shouting, it's I can't deal with you.
Trying and failing.
Trying and
Emerson.
failing, so
Yeah.
I'm at least going to use some hit dice so that at
Yeah,
least I feel a
absolutely.
little better.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Because I physically feel
Anyway.
like shit in addition to emotionally feeling like shit.
I am now only down 4 HP.
I mean, if it takes us a little time for while I don't know, Killian attunes to Echo, this is unclear.
Yeah.
Oh, Killian,
That would approximately be what... It's not literally an attunement. It's like a ritual you bind to it. I don't remember off the top of my
Yeah.
head if there's a
You know,
duration
Echo
on that.
attunement.
So, yeah, go on.
Oh, I was gonna say Mary would want to try to go sit down next to Emerson just to like kind of check in.
Yeah. So, Killian, are you attempting to perform the ritual of consecration with Echo? As
Ooh,
the
fancy
beacon?
words. Yes.
Okay.
Is that an
So
Arcana
as-
check?
Married now.
Yeah, that's an Arcana check. Yeah. As you know, it's a very
Robot
fancy
wife.
and very difficult ritual that you have seen performed once when you were consecrated yourself. And you do know that if you succeed in consecrating yourself to this beacon, then you will be removed from the one you're currently linked to.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast a enhance ability on myself. I'm then going to cast the Fortune's Favor on myself, and
Good.
then I'm going to use replenishment to replenish my wild talent die to back to a D8, and then I'm going to roll a fucking Arcana check.
Okay. This is a very high DC, but I think you're still gonna make it.
I don't know. Could be another cone of cold.
Well, this
You know
time
it's
I
what
get to roll a few more times.
Cast
distance I
power word
counterspell.
kill on Echo.
From the distance, Rava strides. Ooh, okay.
Revenge counterspell.
That is a 36.
36 is exactly one more than what you needed. So, as you focus and try to mimic the arcane steps of the consecration ritual that you've seen performed once on you without really having the time or the emotional space to absorb all the steps.
I'm smart.
And you're very smart. You feel like a myriad of possibilities open in front of you. As you focus on Echo and slightly touch the dodecahedron on her chest, you see an infinity of starry skies, but each mote of light is not a star, but it is instead a different reality, a different life, a different time, a different timeline. And you can clearly see yours. You can clearly see a latch to where to put your soul on, almost as if you're giving yourself whole, your soul bare, in a relationship of trust and mutual understanding that will last for generations if you keep on doing it. Echo, you feel a slight similar sensation to what you felt when Killian cast Dunamancy spells on you, as he did in the past, right? You feel that connection, that same click of understanding what is happening without having the brain knowledge of what is exactly happening, right? And you feel deep within your core, within what you now can identify as being the core of this dodecahedron in your chest, you feel a request. You feel a petition. You feel Killian asking to be part of yourself. What do you say?
Echo looks at Killian and considers that despite everything, they did protect one another during this battle quite efficiently, so she accepts.
Okay, Killian. As you try to latch on to this hook, to this reality, to this timeline now, this life, you can't help but feel a fragment of your soul be de-glued from where it was glued previously. As you feel as metaphorically you leave Den Otamer behind. Those who have welcomed you within their midst, that taught you the secrets of their arts, of their trades, and welcomed you within a family, even being from the outside, from a place with which contentious relationships were brewing, and yet they accepted you. and you now leave them behind as you merge with Echo's dodecahedron. The Luxon beacon is now tied to you. And if you die within 100 miles of Echo, you shall be reborn within 100 miles of Echo.
I think I'm gonna be sick. This happens every time. And he goes over to a bush and just. You want some water? Water? Anyone? It's a horrible taste in your mouth.
I'm afraid I don't have any water.
It worked. Now we just have to convince them.
This is strange. I suppose I should have seen the connection immediately, but I didn't think there would be anything like Falaya's magic other than hers. I appreciate you trying to fix this.
Look, I'm the one who messed up. I set the dogs on you when I shouldn't have. I have to take responsibility for that. I have to do everything I can to try to fix it.
Thank you.
And after I try to say all the fancy, pretty words to them and try to get them to agree and see it the way it can be, you never need to see me again.
Well, I suppose we'll have to be relatively close to one another in order for this to work.
Oh, doesn't have to work. I had to prove it was possible. I didn't need to benefit from it.
Okay.
That's if you want.
Killian, I don't never want to see you again.
Well, that's good to hear.
You're a good man. You made a mistake. You rectified it.
Never want to make one of those again. That was horrible. Is that what your life feels like, Em?
Meanwhile, Mary and Emerson are conversing.
Yeah, I think Mary would have quietly padded over towards Emerson, and just like not too far behind her, just be like, oh, sorry, wrong character voice for a sec. Are you okay? And I'll come and just sit next to you.
I think Emerson's like quiet for a little bit and just like staring at her hand, like doing like the motions to like cast a spell. Like, no, I will be, but not right now.
What what was that entity to you?
The easiest, I mean, there's no sense in, doesn't matter anymore, but they were the source of my powers.
Oh?
All of my magic came as a result of a pact made with them.
Really? But, I mean, I don't know. We took, like, those classes and stuff together. I thought you are so smart.
No, that's really not me. I was a really good baker for a while.
Really?
And And then Killian got sent away, and I needed to figure out a way to do it on my own. So
Oh.
it was really nice while it lasted. But I should have known that it wasn't going to be forever. So it's fine. It
So
just feels
you have been able to fool the best wizards in the Empire for like 6 years about the source of your magic. That is amazing, Emerson. You should not, be feeling down on yourself. I mean, I could not do something like that. That is for sure.
I guess that's one way of looking at it. I just feel like it feels a little colder and a little more alone without it. But it's all right, because you're all right, and Killian is all right, and Echo is all right, and it's worth it. If this is all that we lost in doing what we did, then it's worth it.
Well, thank you for, giving up something so important to make sure, I and the others, I guess, got out alive.
I can't say it was a choice I would have made if it was my choice to make, but it was a little bit easier not really having a choice. So,
I mean, I guess I don't know if it would help at all. And Mary sort of reaches into their bag and pulls out the spell book that Emerson saw them trying to escape with like all those years ago. And they just sort of look at it and they're like, I don't know if this would help, but if it would, you are welcome to it.
and Emerson just like smiles and kind of just like pushes it back. I appreciate that. I have spent many hours over many different spell books in my life, and it's just never really had the knack for it. Had a big knack for trying to make my parents happy. So,
I mean, that is important too, but I'm sure your parents would find a way to be happy. It's just with you being you. If they cannot appreciate that, you just say the word, and I mean, I know where the safe is.
I would say that you don't know my parents very well, but honestly, it's better that you don't. But the thought is really appreciated. It will be all right. It's just going to be an adjustment period. So.
I mean, you will not be getting through it, alone. You may feel more alone now, but, you are not. And I mean, if it helps, I'll, wave my hand and Ava will poof back from, wherever they were just hanging out where Ravis left her. And I'll, summon her back to me. And I'll just sort of take this tiny little black bat and, lay it down on, the back of your hand or something on your lap and be like, yo, Ava, keep her company, okay?
As Ava curls up on the palm of your hand and keeps you company. And Killian, you take your time to recompose yourself after hurling quite vigorously and nursing yourself back to health.
I didn't chuck any logs, or is that what that's called? I'm making a dumb joke. Continue.
You hear a voice inside your head, Killian, as it says, Killian Aldora,
This is Sky Sybil, Brianna Miriam. It has come to my attention that you have found a beacon, a special one. We do not wish to compromise it. We request that if you feel that we are still your family, if you still belong to the dynasty, visit with that beacon. Let us try and show the person who carries it how important she is. At your own time, keep me posted.
And you recognize the voice and the name as being one of the high figures, that one of the Umavi of the Kryn dynasty.
Killian exclaims out loud, "Oh, thank the Changebringer." And then shoots back in digitally, telepathically. I'll see what I can do. Thank you for your wisdom and consideration.
No response. As time flies by and you get your rest and complete your rest, get your HP back, what is everyone's immediate plans? Do you go back to Rexentrum? Do you go back to Nicodranos and try and find Falaya? Does everyone go together? Do we have separate groups?
Well, I think it's at least 2 groups.
Okay. So it seems like Mary and Emerson.
Oh, I meant Rabis.
Oh, yeah, sure.
No, I'm going with. What?
A group and a douchebag.
But all 5 of us are going to find the baby.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're all gonna go.
That's the
spin
sitcom.
off. Yep, we're all gonna go steal a baby,
Oh my god, that's
We're
our
gonna
next
find
one
this
shot,
baby.
y'all.
and then we're gonna raise it as a group. Group baby.
Group baby, yeah.
Sometimes a family is a robot, 2
Is
traitors,
a-
and a tiefling, and a warlock who can't use magic anymore.
Hey.
You know what?
You're
I'd
welcome,
watch that
TBS. Call us.
Yeah, but no, seriously, do you intend to do everyone's little errands as a group? That is totally valid. Or do you split and eventually group up again, or never group up again? What's on everyone's mind?
I have no
Because
idea.
I know you have very slightly, quite different agendas for the immediate future. So
Killian would like to stick together, except like he could take it, leave it on Mary.
I mean,
Funny,
really?
they were gonna
Like-
say the same thing.
I feel like I'm conflicted because like Emerson wants to stay together, but at the same time like realizes that she has no skills to keep her even remotely all right.
Mhm.
So I feel like Emerson might like hang out in Nicodranas for a little bit, just like take a little vacation to adjust to her entire world shifting and figure out how she's gonna talk to her mother again. But I think it's just like a temporary thing where it's just like if you guys are going, like if you're gonna go try to find this baby, like I think she might stay like a week or 2 and like just call me before you head back to Rexingtrum and I'll come and meet you.
Yeah.
Type of deal.
Also, we're leaving the charismatic person behind. while we
Yeah.
do this.
You do
I mean,
have
we're just-
valuable skills, damn it!
If we're going town to town, we'll go. But if we're tramping through a jungle, that ain't gonna happen.
We
Because
can
Emerson
polymorph
wants to
you
die.
into the dinosaur. It's fine.
So what I'm getting is
All right,
that's
so let's all rest. Let's all have a little vacation,
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
and then
Hell yeah.
we'll go steal
Oh my God.
somebody's baby.
Beach episode.
Beach episode.
Yes.
Baby
Each
steal.
episode.
beach 5-minute scene. Let's go.
We have to get
Builds a
rested.
sandcastle.
So, as you all then proceed to go via the normal routes, or maybe teleportation, because now Killian can do that, so that's easier. And you go back to Nicodranas and take a well-deserved rest. No one seems to bother you. You have a perfect notion that there is a big chunky red folder somewhere in the assembly with each one of your names on it, but no one seems to bother you immediately. after that week's rest has passed and you feel fit to try and finally find baby Falaya, you start looking. And you start looking, first you look at the map and you find every single village that is within 100 miles radius of the Kuraska jungle place where you activated Echo. So the Orthrix outpost, which is now in ruins, right? It is tribes around the lake and villages on the outskirts of Nicodranus, and after I'd say a good 2-3 weeks just scouring every village, asking if at that time, at the precise day, that time, any baby was born, you eventually find a little hut towards the edge of a village, almost on the tree line of the forest. And you've been indicated that inside there is a family that has recently had a baby, had a child.
And how stealable is this baby?
The
On a scale of like
is,
1 to 10.
On a scale of 1 to 10, probably 7 stealable.
With Mary around.
I'll take those odds. I could talk somebody. My persuasion's pretty high. I could talk somebody out of their baby.
I was really hoping it's gonna be an orphanage.
So I assume you walk up to the door and knock. Yeah.
Kick it down. No.
Yeah, we're gonna, like, can we have like a pep talk before we go in? Or it's like,
Yes.
listen, we're just gonna go in and talk to these people.
Yes, and explain the situation.
Yup. Maybe
let Emerson explain the situation.
Yeah. I'll take point if that's all right, and then you can do like the baby testing part. And then if everything works out, I don't know what happens after that. I don't know what everything working out looks like.
And I know, no telekinetic baby this time. I understand.
Nope. Yeah, I'm just looking at I'm gonna look at Mary and be like, don't steal anything, especially not this child. And look at Killian, do not telekinesis the baby. And look at Echo and be like, just let me talk first. We'll get through this. And maybe we then have to care for another living thing that's not us.
I think all 4 of us will make great parents.
I don't think that's true at all, but I like your optimism. Let's go.
So now
I'm
you
so
knock.
here for this.
Yeah, so now we're gonna just knock.
So as you approach the hut, there's this a fresh smell of some kind of sweet baking from the inside. You see smoke rising from a chimney, and soon enough the door kind of opens, and in front of you stands a tiefling woman, quite short, frail in build, with a dirty apron filled with flour, a dark green tint to her skin, and she kind of opens it. Yes, can I help you?
Yes, hello.
Yes.
We have been searching all over for a very special child who is said to have been born recently.
Yes.
Just like-
I mean, my daughter was born recently. But why?
So this is Echo. I will motion to Echo, but also motion not to say anything. This is Echo. Be like,
She goes to open her mouth and then shuts it.
Echo was built a very long time ago by a very gifted archmage who, upon and was put into stasis for several hundred years. She was recently awakened, and upon her awakening, the soul of the archmage who created her was reborn into this world, and Echo, as she was in her previous life, is charged to protect her creator. And we are hoping that we could just briefly, I don't want to say inspect,
Could our very safe, family-friendly robot mom look at your baby for a minute?
Yes, we just need to
All this talk of archmages and stasis, you said?
That's
We're
correct.
just simple people. I'm not sure what...
Well, your baby
Alif,
might not
Surana,
be.
can you come here? And from the inside of the cabin, you see as two more tiefling, a man and a woman, come carrying a baby in a small bundle. You see the tiefling man is of dark copperish skin, and the woman is as well as the one that opened the door, again in slightly lighter green tones. And they carry the baby, and the man starts speaking. Yes, dear, what was the problem? Who are these? Hello, hi, can I help you?
We just need to see your baby for just a brief.
As the man steps up to the door and starts speaking to Emerson, Echo, you look at the tiny bundle in the man's arms, and there's a sense of accomplishment. There's a sense of belonging. You feel an immense joy just jolt through your body. You feel almost as if that same connection that not many weeks past you forged with Killian is now popping up again, but this one's much more meaningful for you, much deeper, much stronger, much older. And just by feeling this, you know that whatever is within that bundle can be in 6 years, 10 years, 12 years, even less. But they will start to remember. They will start to recognize you. But for now, they are a baby. Nothing else.
Yoink. Echo just turns her head to look at the baby, and regardless of whether anyone else is currently speaking, just says, "It's her. That's Falaya."
The
Emerson just did not expect this to happen.
the,
Not sure what the next steps.
as Echo says that, the throuple just looks at Echo, and I'm not sure what you mean, but somehow... And you see tiny arms come from within the bundle and just try and reach towards Echo.
Reach out a hand towards them.
As you see
in
this
the
little...
Knife hand.
Mandalorian.
Not
you
the
see
sword
this-
hand.
The
as you
sword
see
is
this
folded
little-
away.
green hands just reach towards you, and the man looks at the baby and takes a step forward and just approaches them to you. As they touch your armor, you feel the same jolt of joy. I believe you, the man says.
You do?
Somehow I knew. We tried, kind of looks at the rest of the people inside the house. We've tried for quite a long time, and she was a miracle. There must have been a reason, but I cannot let you take her. She's our daughter.
I understand. I believe the way it works is that eventually she will begin to remember her previous life. If I could return from time to time until that begins to happen.
Of course. You are free to visit whenever you want. But we will raise her our way.
I understand. If a robot could smile, she would be smiling. Her plating is tilted upwards. And she just kind of, lets the baby, touch her hand. And kind of whispers quietly, "Hello, Falaya. I know it's you."
Do you want to hold her?
If a robot could look panicked.
Yeah.
I am not programmed for this. If you will allow me to.
Of course, I shall keep an eye out. As he senses a bit of a nervousness, he kind of passes you the baby very gently. Her name is Sira.
Sira. Killian, where in this place where people are reborn, do they retain their old names when they begin to remember, or do they use their...
Yeah, names take on a little bit different of a tradition around there, to be honest.
Well, either way, we found her.
That's a win.
And as
Thank
you
you.
are left inside the hut, welcome to a fresh slice of pie for the ones that do eat the pie. We fade away from the house as you reconnect with Falaya. Meanwhile, the bustling street of Rexentrum, near what seems to be a very fancily ornate building, with symbology of the Dawn Father all around it. At the door stands a man, tall, lean, blonde hair, and an eye patch. As he opens the door, inside, and someone at the end of the cathedral looks at him. There's a nod, and the blonde man continues down the aisle. Through a side door, down an old, forgotten, dusty staircase. And there, in that abandoned cellar, a man stands, a human man of simple features, simple garbs. And as he sees the blonde man appear and show up behind him, turns around, and with a grin, his form changes. Reddish, leathery wings sprout from his back, and horns sprout from his head, and his skin entirely covered in red as well. I was wondering when you were deciding to come. I've heard of your little exploits. It didn't go so well, did it? But worry not, we have other plans. I have set things in motion. I am releasing something not as dangerous as the thing you tried to, but equally difficult to find. It should be fine. I believe someone else will have a task for you. So tell me, Thoridon, what can I do to help? What can Oban, simple servant of Therisden, do to help you get back on your feet?
Well, it was easier than I thought. It's more about what I can do to help you. It's always about what I can do to help. But I go by Zulmain now. It is a new persona. Don't let anybody know the other one.
Don't worry, that secret's safe with me. I'm glad to know that you're here to help. I might have a mission for you.
Just don't give me someone as incompetent as Sabrina.
That was a problem. I was supposed to be from a very old lineage of servants of the Angel Virens. Apparently the other sister was more competent. Anyway, that is not a problem for us now. Come, let us discuss. And he kind of welcomes you inside a study room further on deep within the cellar. As we fade to black once more. As this happens, I assume the rest of the people after you've met with baby Falaya. Some of you maybe have a trip to do and to make towards the dynasty, perhaps? Or is that not in the immediate plans?
Well, that's up to Echo.
Yeah.
Well, she also wants this knife business taken care of too. But Echo basically is just like, okay, so these people are like the first friends I've had who aren't Falaya, so I'm probably going to stick with them no matter what.
Perfect.
I gotta be honest. Gillian just wants to go back to Rexentrum, dance, relax, maybe write something. Let's make a good story.
Cool. So you all make your way
going back to Rexentrum.
Yeah. So you all make your way back to Rexentrum, and eventually Echo is introduced to the marvelous life of dancing. Finally,
Disco robot.
Via Killian.
You gotta engage your lats on your back. Your lat back. You don't have those. Fuck. The tension comes from the force you apply folding your arm down, and then you rock step. Tension, not too much. Don't crush their hands. Tension.
Can you imagine Echo stepping on your feet while she's learning to dance? Jeez.
Ow!
And at the same time, I assume Emerson goes back home? Is that the plan?
Oh, God.
I don't know.
I don't know. I think just gotta get more money eventually. Gotta find another job. I mean, we have nothing to tell Mom about anything.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
I assume like both of you together during these journeys, the trip, right?
Yeah.
You kind of start piecing 1 + 1 together, and the assembly had no idea that you were there. So what Sabrina said was actually a lie. It didn't seem like they had that many crystals.
Right.
Sabrina had a crystal. Your father apparently had a crystal. So there's that.
I think it would be more like we'd get back there and Emerson would just like be like, ask Killian where he's been living and if she can stay there until they're ready to talk to Mom.
Oh, I thought I mentioned this actually. My lease ran out while we were out gallivanting. I was finally gonna move home to Rexentrum.
Oh, well, now we can get a 2-bedroom.
I was gonna move home.
You want to move home?
Well, it's rent free.
I mean, physically, yes. Emotionally, no.
Oh, we have to at least visit first before we go get a place.
All right. Fair. All right.
But yeah, good idea though.
So you do visit back home, and your mother is delighted to see you. I don't know if you, obviously, you can do the little scene if you want. So as you arrive, the butler opens the door, and immediately she comes running down the stairs to hug you both equally, surprisingly enough. And as she just grabs both of you by the shoulders, I was so worried that you wouldn't come back. It has been so lonely, terribly lonely without you. Please, just don't leave. It's fine. Even if you found nothing about, well, your father, I just want you close, if you can.
I'm gonna message Killian and be like,
Are you gonna do what?
Yes.
You gonna do what?
no,
Megan?
I can't. I don't. I'm gonna do nothing. And just be like, well, we're back now, so you don't need to worry.
And you didn't find anything, did you?
No, we didn't.
We
Like,
yeah, nothing. Nothing,
with
Mom.
this look that's just like, oh, it's probably better if she does
Yeah.
it. No, like, no.
And I guess-
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't. I couldn't do it.
That's okay. I understand. It's no one else could figure it out. I thought that maybe you could, but it's okay. He kind of just hugs you quickly, Killian, and then turns to Emerson, just grabs Emerson by the arms as well, and just, thank you for trying as well. I've missed you. Now that you've been gone all this time, I really realized that you're very important to me. She kind of just hugs you tight. Please promise me you won't leave. I've been so alone.
No, we'll be nearby.
At least for now.
Yeah.
Let's have a meal.
Sounds great. Killian will message Emerson
Yay,
and
magic!
say, if we ever want to get rid of her, all I have to do is tell her the truth.
Let's keep that as an ace in the hole.
And you spend a lovely evening with your mother, sharing a meal, coming back to your childhood almost, as the conversations revolve about the same topics that do not involve saving the world or fighting crazy burning phoenixes or being betrayed by paladins of the Chained Oblivion. And it kind of falls back into routine, and this heavy feeling kind of lifts off your chest. It lifts off your chest enough that Emerson, as you're just completely immersed in the moment, not thinking about the worries of the world, you hear a faint tune in the background. Is it a flute? Is it waves crashing against the sand? Is it heavy rainfall in the leaves in the forest? Is it drops of morning dew falling on the ground? You don't know, but there's something pure about it. Something fighting against the tide. Hope. And the scene fades away. Meanwhile, somewhere in Rexentrum, Mary,
Yeah.
you go back to the same routine. The same hanging places, same spots you used to be at. And slowly enough, you reconnect with your contacts. Your day becomes the same as it was before. Until you give Kenji a different request. Isn't that true, Mary?
Yeah.
As you meet with him once more, secret rooftop that you're so accustomed to, he welcomes you once more. Mary. So, long time no see. How was it?
Oh, it was, quite frankly, a bit of a hot mess, but, we got out okay. I got you a little souvenir.
Oh, really? What was that?
I mean, it's more than a little souvenir. And I'll, reach back and I'll take the kiss of the Changebringer off that I've been wearing this whole goddamn time, because of course I fucking was. And they'll sort of, sadly hand it over to him. But they'll be like, I think it is, mission more or less accomplished.
Yes, oh, yes. It kind of just grabs you by the arm and starts spinning you around like
Oh.
multiple times. Thank you. Thank you so much.
This
You have no
is-
idea.
It is what you needed, yeah?
Of course, this is what we are after. This is what that man from Marquette was after, and the information we got. Ah, mwah! Genius! Anything I can do for you, please tell me. I'll help.
Well, I know it has been a really long time, really, since I have asked to check in on this, but I have still not been able to have any luck finding my sister. I don't know if maybe you could help me find something with the records. I cannot find anything about her or, who may have adopted her. So if you
Of
have
course.
anyone you can ask, I would appreciate it.
Of course, I can try. Of course, it's the bare minimum I can do. Don't worry. If I find anything, I'll get the information to you. Meanwhile, kind of looks at the necklace, kind of pockets it very neatly in a little pouch. I have someone to give this to. Await my word. And you follow back into the same routine as he says goodbye and leaves. And a few weeks later, as you sit in your room, waiting to start your day, there's a note that gets slipped underneath your door.
I'll go over and I will take it.
Pick up the note, and as you open it, you recognize the handwriting as being Kenji's handwriting. Almost as if he sent it and someone delivered it directly to you via your various means of sneaky communication that the Grinners are used to having. And it simply states an address. And the address, underneath the address, it has a name. It reads Tirana. And below it just says Port the Mali.
Okay. Mary just sort of stands there for a few minutes staring at it, not moving. And then they just sort of turn around and very quickly just like grab whatever few things they have in their room and cram it into a bag. They pick up their hurdy-gurdy, which I imagine got pretty fucking fried during the battle with Deseret, so they've had it repaired and repainted. But now it has a sort of jungle theme to it.
Nice.
Kind of reminisce, maybe like the patterns on that big box we found Echo in have been like added in with a little flavor, that kind of deal. They grab that and they just book it out the door.
So you see as Mary hastily makes their way out the door, and as the camera stays inside the room, you just see as the faintest lost sliver of light disappears as the door shuts and the scene fades. And with everyone seemingly on their way to their normal lives, although it is hard to be part of something that impacts the world so much and call whatever comes next normal life. But hey, it is what it is, because sometimes it is the small folk, the folk in the stories that we tell, like this one, that make the biggest impact, the biggest change, even without needing it, without knowing it. It is up to them to change the course of history. I would like to go around the table and let you describe one final scene for your character before we wrap up this season. So let's start with Mary, because Mary was the last one in the narrated scenes. So let's start with being the first for the closing scene.
All right, so this is the same day that they are leaving Rexentrum, you see Mary with their bag up, hiked up on their shoulders, slipping through the streets. Before they leave Rexentrum, they make their way into what is now at least a nicer part of town. And as they make their way through, they will disguise self themselves just to look like a very plain looking half-elf person. Just unremarkable, not very memorable. And they make their way down a street and stop at a house that has the nameplate Hess on the outside. Inside there's voices talking and maybe some children, and Mary just sort of stands there for a moment staring at the door, and then they rummage through their bag again, and they pull out a small sack of gold. There's about 100 gold in there, and they just sort of toss it onto the stoop, and they start heading away without looking back. But over their shoulder, they cast mage hands to knock on the door to make sure that somebody comes to get it. And by the time somebody comes and they find this pouch on the floor, Mary's already gone. And this is a payment that they have made about every few months, or at least once a year, ever since they murdered a Miss Zara Hess years and years ago. They have been still looking after her family, who never wronged Mary. So before they leave Rexentrum, they make sure to leave a little something extra for them to take care of themselves. And then Mary leaves the city.
Beautiful. What about our villain? What is he up to?
Well, Mr. Dumaine Oligard, as he is known now, sat in a room, writing a letter. The handwriting quite fancy, calligraphy put to every bit of it. And just folding it over, taking a wax seal, sealing it up, flipping it to the other side, and writing the Aldora siblings. Then himself bringing it to the estate and handing it off, saying, this I was tasked with delivering this to some Aldora siblings. If you could get this to them, to whoever at the front. And then just turning about face, leaving, and not stopping, exiting the city, and continuing to walk towards the Empire in the direction. A few years pass, and he finds himself having left on a journey on a ship, seeking out another being, an Ukatoa, hoping that his plans, his reasons, everything he has done this for, maybe this Ukatoa be the next entity.
Ukatoa.
Searching for it, hoping to draw its essence into himself, hoping to gain power.
Beautiful. Echo.
This would be quite a few years down the line. I imagine maybe 12, 13 years, something like that. We would see Echo in the forest nearby the place where the new Flyer's parents live. And her plating is now completely clean. She's no longer walking around covered in moss and rust and stuff like that. And she also has either like a new or repaired version of the cloak she was wearing, which was actually a magic item. It was just so like old and tattered. But now like it's quite clearly noticeable that she's wearing like a magical item on her at all times. And we see her in the forest with a young tiefling girl who recently discovered she has an affinity for magic and is perhaps beginning to regain her memories and sort of knows who and what Echo is, and they have this almost like unspoken bond between them.
So I feel like somewhere during those playtime that Echo would have with the little tiefling girl, as she's practicing her little magic tricks or cantrips, there is one time, and correct me if you want to go a different direction, but there's the first time that you feel memories are really coming back is as she's practicing cantrips and it just nails it and completely makes it right, probably like a firebolt or something, shoots it at a tree and everything works correctly. She kind of comes rushing towards your arms, Echo, and kind of hugs you by the leg. Says, "Yes, I did it! Did you see that?
That was incredible."
I think I'll be a great wizard one day.
Oh, you definitely will be. And I think maybe you're ready to spar with a proper partner, actually. And Echo will manifest Echo, so this shadowy version of Echo appears next to her. And she just, like, nods to it.
Whoa.
You used to do this before, as well. This is how you practice sometimes.
I know.
So do you want to?
Sure. But wait, can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
This might sound weird, but did I build you?
Yes. Many, many, many years ago.
Whoa, I'm so cool.
She kind of rushes back to you again and hugs you by the legs.
Oh. She, like, very gently and gingerly wraps her arms around her, and she always is, like, incredibly, maybe even overly gentle, because she just, like, does not want to accidentally hurt this kid at all. Just, like, gives her a little pat on the head.
And unless you want to add anything else, this is where we're gonna leave Echo's story. And we move swiftly towards the firstborn of the Aldoras, Emerson Aldora.
Right. I've had all this time, and I've had like maybe a dozen ideas in that few minutes. But I think it's some months later. Maybe a little over a year, but not much more than that. And Emerson's sitting at her father's desk in his study, and she's just like kind of like looking over the ledgers and books, because she's starting to take over the family. So she's just going through like the finances and the records and making sure everything is all right. And she's been at it for a long while, and just kind of stops, like puts her quill down and just like takes a really deep exhale, and just kind of like starts like just like clenching and unclenching her hand, and she picks up the quill once more to see something that she needed to correct, and she corrects it and just like is just fiddling around in her hands for the first time since probably that first day back. Tries to just make magic, and just like the slightest little bit of that familiar, like warm green, flowery energy, like comes out, and it's like scary for a second because she almost forgot what it was like, and then just like does it again, and it comes back a little brighter, and she just like looks at it and smiles and goes back to her work.
Beautiful. Last but definitely not the least, Killian.
So Killian decides that, he bounced around creative interests a lot. He's good at basically anything he does, at least that's how he perceives himself. And he decides he's going to try his hand at writing. And he's like, write what you know. So let's write this story. Problem is, it realizes really quickly that they don't think the Cerberus Assembly would appreciate most of the details of this. So what starts as with the story of us goes through revision after revision after revision until eventually it's a story about a detective and a serial killer in a far future, a New York City, and like they have this whole dance and there's songs. It's a musical, and and eventually once the thing's all written up, and he's got some connections, he's got some plans. His family has a lot of pull. He's actually offers the lead role of the detective to Emerson. Because she was always the best singer in the family, the best one he knew. And of course, he'll play the dashing serial killer.
Of course.
If she accepts.
Well, it would probably take a little convincing and a very good contract. But...
Of course. Best in business for the family.
Yep.
And the musical is produced. It is a bit of an underground thing. Not a lot of people go and actually see in the first nights. But it starts getting some following, some success here and there. Some people even call it the finest piece of artwork to come from the Empire since the books of a certain Tyrion Darrington. And as we close everyone's chapters, Robert, do you want to disclose the information inside this letter, or shall we leave it at mystery?
Oh, I can certainly disclose it if they read it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. People just dropping off random letters.
So as you open the letter and read it, you see the calligraphied writing, and this is what it says. Dear friends, I apologize for all my secrecy. You do not understand what lengths I had to go through to achieve my goals. Goals that I almost succeeded at. My treachery was necessary. Actions for the greater good. I never wished to betray you, and intended to use the confusion of our combat to slay Sabrina myself. Alas, my deception, my inability to tell you my plans caused us all problems. Forgive me. However, when I ascend, I will not forget the companionship you all showed me. I will do my duty. I will consume every last deity and eldritch being out there. I will save the world from their disgusting whims. I will become the last with power, and when my power wanes, the world will be left to the mortals. The world will be left to you. Your ally, Thoradin Rain. P.S. Watch over Mary. That dagger was not intended for them, but it is dangerous. And then the entire letter bursts into flames.
That's great, because Killian was about to chuck into a fireplace.
Lovely. In that case, folks, let's close the door in this chapter of not our characters, but of our lives as we finish the campaign in Wildemount. Thank you very much for playing.
my
This was
gosh.
a blast. And these characters, I hope, will stay in your minds and your hearts for years and years to come. It was truly a delightful experience, wonderful story, and I wouldn't have picked anyone else to tell it with.
Thank you,
Also-
Nunu.
Thank you, Nunu.
Thank you. Also, thank you very much to everyone that accompanied the series. It was supposed to be 10 episodes, ended up being 9, but I think we were able to tell a beautiful story nonetheless. Thank you very much for everyone that watched all the episodes. If you was doing on the VODs or if you was here with us on chats and commenting, we appreciate you all and hope you embark on a new adventure with us when we start our quest season August 10th. So there's that. I believe before we sign off and close this chapter on Wildemount, Daring, and Divine, we have a thank you in the form of a giveaway to start, correct?
We certainly do.
Take it away, Sam.
If Robert is able to get that giveaway going, we can open it up now. We're going to be giving away 2 $10 gift cards to Tabletop Loot. The code to enter it is in the chat right now. What did you make it, Robert?
Betrayal.
Exclamation point betrayal.
On brand.
Common theme in our games. Come for the role playing, stay for the betrayal.
Stay for the betrayal. That's a really good tagline, honestly, I think.
No initiative. Stay for the betrayal.
Yeah, who's
Stay for the
betraying
betrayal.
next season?
I think I'm up. It's been a
I think it's
while.
time.
Oh,
I think so.
as the GM, I can't really properly betray you because you'll never trust me to begin with, but I'll try.
I mean, we
trust
know
you.
you will, Nat. We know you will. Maybe we
worry,
should let
Nat.
Izza do
I
the
trust
betrayal, you know?
New betrayal.
Nobody would suspect it.
That's like a group initiation thing now, right?
It is
Yeah.
now. Are we a frat? Oh, God.
Oh, dear God.
Oh no.
I feel like
Betrayal
I've only
hazing.
done like a very mild betrayal. So I'm safe. I just
So-
keep secrets. I don't
Reminder, that's
betray.
exclamation point betrayal on chat
Exclamation
to
point.
enter the giveaway.
Yes, and it'll run while we do our outros.
Yes. So we'll draw the 2 winners when we're done doing our plugs and stuff. And then one of the admins for the channel will reach out to you via direct message on Twitch. So exclamation point betrayal for a chance to, get some money to put towards click clacks.
Yeah, get those shiny mouth rocks.
Meanwhile, why don't we start with Sam? Sam, tell us who you are, where we can find you, what projects you have in your life, and why not? What was your most memorable moment of the season? Or something you remember fondly? Or something you remember
All
fondly?
right. Hey everyone, I am Sam. You can find me on Twitter at @thesamwisest. I'm samwise_gameg here on Twitch. I'm one of the admins here at the Chromatic Chimera. I'm our accessibility director and cast manager. I'm also a disability advocate. So you can find me streaming most of the time right here on the Chromatic Chimera. I will be back here tomorrow for Unprepared. I'll let Megan give all of the details for that. Wednesday, I'll be here for Agora's Bells. And on Friday, I'm going to be playing some Dialect with Journey to Make Believe. We had a reschedule from last week, so if you weren't able to watch us last week, that's okay. I'll be there at 1 p.m. Eastern this Friday. Otherwise, I think that's all that I have in the immediate time. Although, just be aware, we did actually announce a system change is coming to Agora's Bells. So not this Wednesday, but our following session, we're going to be switching to Fantasy Age, which I am super excited for. It's going to be really fun. I've been rebuilding my character in it, and I'm really excited to try the system out. So if you want to see some different systems in action, make sure to stick around and follow us here. Otherwise, I think that's it. Oh, wait, no, my favorite bit. Oh, goodness. I think probably my favorite... Honestly, I think one of my favorite moments might have been... like, anything freaking James said about Thunder Rosa was goddamn gold. Like, because I know he just fucking ran with all of that shit, so, like... that was... Thunder Rosa. There we go. Just Thunder Rosa. Real MVP of Wildemount, Daring, and Divine.
Agreed. Oh.
Robert? dropping it down to you.
Hi, my name is Robert Betrayal Allen, and I am a voice actor. You can find me on the Twitters at Voices of Robert. I'm gonna be back here, Quest Season 3. See me then. But yeah, I mean, there's not a lot that I can say right now, so that's about it. But what I will tell you is my favorite moment was being knocked unconscious of the entire series by Mary, thanks to a counter spell. after letting Sabrina die, because I could have saved her, but I didn't.
Sorry.
Alien and Mary's finest collaboration.
And the only one.
Oh, and then also... But I would like to then send this off to Izza, which I believe is in this direction.
Hey, so I'm Izza. You can find me at Evil Clever Dog on Twitter and Instagram. I am a cosplayer and a set and costume designer, so go there for all that fun stuff. And you can also find me playing Pokemon Black on twitch.tv/FinTheBin on Tuesday nights at 6 p.m. BST, so that's tomorrow night. And I'm also part of the Asians Represents monthly series Critical Read Al-Qadim Arabian Adventures, wherein we go through Al-Qadim and discuss in detail how horrible and racist it all is. So if you fancy that kind of thing, check it out. We do like a new episode every month, and they are streamed on the Asians Represent Twitch channel, but then they're uploaded on their YouTube channel like the following week, so you can check back on the 2 episodes we've already done. And for my favorite moment, I have 2. I have a sappy one and I have a funny one. My sappy one is the moment when this lot asked me if I wanted to come back for the whole rest of the season and then join them for the following seasons as well, because I tried real hard not to cry.
Love you.
I just love playing with you guys and getting to know you guys so much, and it's just been so much fun, and I'm so excited for another campaign, and I've loved playing this one. And my favorite actual moment in this campaign was probably the baby has to make a strength saving throw. Just that entire scene in that house was my favorite kind of D&D RP chaos, and I love this tactless robot so much.
It's so wonderful.
Oof.
And it's very fun for me because I usually play really high charisma characters, so I had to spend this entire time being okay, how do I make her really useless in social situations? So that was very fun. And yeah, the baby had to make a strength saving throw. So yeah, over to who's next? Over to Megan.
Hello, I am Megan. You can find me on Twitter and most other places on the internet, but mostly Twitter at MeganLynnFTW. You can find me obviously here with these amazing people back August 10th to start our season of Quest, which I'm so excited about. You can find me here on the Chromatic Chimera tomorrow on my show Unprepared, where we play GM-less and prepless games. So tomorrow we're playing Keepers of the Cards, which is for the Queen hack inspired by Cardcaptor Sakura. Sam will be playing along with 2 of our other absolutely amazing friends. It's going to be a great magical time. So that's at 7 o'clock tomorrow, right back here. I'm also an indie game designer. You can find any of my games at meganlynnftw.itch.io. There's some cool stuff on there, if I not to toot my own horn. And I think that's all from me right now. My favorite moment, so I also had I was gonna be when we all met Izza / Echo was probably my favorite overall moment, just meeting her and how great she just instantly just felt so right as part of
Bitch,
our
I'll
group.
cry on the stream.
I won't hesitate.
Do it.
Do it.
I'm so soft, but we'll also fight. And then I think other than one of my favorite like in-game moments was, hey, can you go to the bathroom for like 10 minutes? It's that with that bathroom in that pub between the like Killian tries to say something snarky and walk into the bathroom and Emerson's like, no, I'm following you, bitch. Don't think I'm not coming in here and finishing this. The combo of that with like the next day, like, hey, can you go to the bathroom real quick?
All of the sibling
just
bickering was phenomenal.
Yes.
You two.
I love banter, especially sibling banter. So with that, I'm gonna send it up to my beloved brother, whom I love very much and have enjoyed bantering with for all of these weeks. Nat.
Hi, I'm Nat. You can find me on the internet at CrimeNat on Twitter. That's mostly where I live these days. I live on the internet and mostly I live on Twitter. You can find me tomorrow over on Kobold Press's Twitch channel at 8 Eastern for our GM tips, tricks, and Tuesdays. We are talking about maintaining player engagement. And, you know, when you can't just chuck monsters at them. It'll be great. Come by. Besides that, I'm really excited for next season. So I'm gonna be in, let's see if I do this right, that chair, which is really just this chair, but in a different place, whatever. And I'm gonna have some big shoes to fill because I think Nunu did an excellent job.
Did
Aw.
Nunu?
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to trying that.
You'll be better. Don't worry, Nat.
We're all really excited, Nat. You'll be
We're
great.
so excited.
What they said.
A moment I really enjoyed. Oh my, it left my brain. I had one.
Oh no.
Was it the only time you could actually dance in the campaign?
No. Okay, no. I remember it was. It's less of a moment because I have to cheat, because that's all Killian ever does. Cheats with intelligence, and it was Killian and Echo's little arc together. You know, going from a strange robot I found in a box in a jungle to, hey, this is the first time I've really taken responsibility for something in my life. Please forgive me. Please?
Yeah.
Please?
She forgave you.
Oh,
It was pretty, it was good shit. It was good shit.
It was good shit.
Also, honorable mention to being Megan's brother. That was super fun.
Bitch, I'll cry.
Do it. All right, now we're gonna, for the last time, shoot it over to our illustrious dragon manager.
Oh, but you know what this means, right? It means it's almost over for the season. But hey, it is what it is. I am Nunu. You can find me online wherever you find people online at JNunuTex. That's J Nunu NUNOTEX. And yeah, August 3rd, I am coming back to twitch.tv/encounter roleplay with season 2 of the Crownlands, our Game of Thrones show, which is very exciting. A lot of plotting and intriguing and stabbing and being generically mean to each other as characters, which is very different from what we do here. So it's a different kind of situation. It's fun. If you like Game of Thrones, go and check it out. Apart from that, as everyone already said, Quest is coming August 10th. So join us in our next step of our little adventure as No Initiative with Izza full-time now, of course, and that's going to be exciting. If you go to our Twitter, you can see the classes, the roles we're going to play, and I'm excited to see how the dynamics are going to work out. And just you wait until you meet the characters. There's some fun shit going on. Regardless of that, my favorite moment of the campaign, I have two, I think. So it's more like of a favorite feeling and then a moment. The feeling was when James was on and he was just like, I literally told him before we went live, dude, how we roll is you just make shit up and then I make it work somehow. And then he took that to heart like 100% and started making shit up about Thunderosa.
Fuck yeah, he did.
That was amazing.
So literally, none of us had any clue that Thundrosa was a thing or was going to happen. And it turned out it was the main thing of the episode, and I just absolutely love the dynamic that he brought to the table, and I'm really happy that we got to play with him. My favorite moment of the series as a whole was probably the only thing that we probably plotted in advance, which was the betrayal, and then the reveal last week. It was good, and we managed to end that episode with Revis's betrayal, and I think that worked quite well. Anyway, that was it for me. I think it's time to give away some dice, right?
We certainly can. We can close that there giveaway. So just a reminder, Tabletop Loot is one of our sponsors here at the Chromatic Chimera. Even if you did not win the giveaway for the gift certificates, you can still go to their website and enter code SHIELDMOM, one word, lowercase, for 15% off of your purchase. Who we got, Robert? Who wins?
Well, we have the Simulacre.
Ah, that's awesome! Yay!
Hey.
Congrats, Ryan!
And we have TK Pirate 13.
Well, that is well earned. That's thank you for all of the times you've let us know when we're muted.
Yeah.
You get some dice for your trouble.
Oh, yes.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, I will be. I guess we'll be in touch because we know you, so we'll be in touch to coordinate the gift certificate codes for you, everybody. Did we actually say when our next date would be? Because I know we mentioned the show, but I don't think we actually gave the details yet.
August 10th
August
is when we'll be doing it.
August 10th, yes.
August 10th?
I think it's August 10th.
I believe it was mentioned.
I
but
thought it
let's-
was the
6:30
10th.
Eastern, right? August 10th,
Yes.
6:30 Eastern on the Chromatic Chimera Twitch channel, which we know you know where to find because you're here already.
Oh, we're going to be on Chromatic Chimera?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we're going to Chromatic Chimera
believe
at
that?
Right here.
6:30 Eastern on August 10th to kick off the new
10th.
season.
And what are we
Same
playing?
bad time,
What are we playing?
Same
Matt?
bad channel.
Quest.
Same
City of
bad Dungeon
Betrayal.
World.
City of Betrayal.
Floating City of Betrayal.
Yeah.
needs
It's
to
a
be-
lovely flying city traipsing across the globe. It's gonna be excellent. And we're gonna lie to each other a lot.
Yes.
and I are gonna
Slap
have a
City.
battle.
You can
See
fit
who
so
the
much
the
betrayal in
does.
this.
Hey, listen, I
Alright.
promise the doctor has no betrayal anywhere.
Oh.
Doubt.
I don't-
Press
I
X
don't
to
believe-
doubt.
Yeah, press X to doubt.
Alrighty, folks. I believe with
goodness.
giveaway done and
Yes.
last announcements out of the way, it is
Thanks for
time
sticking
to.
with us
Yeah,
a little later.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope it was worth it, and thank you for sticking with us through this chapter. And I believe it's time to pull the plug and say goodbye to
love
Wildemount,
you.
Daring and Divine. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. See you on August
Entangle
10th.
and entwine.
much.